what are the Parashakti Akashic readings? First, you need to understand that if you are here, it means existence wants you to be here in this form. You are not an accident. You are an incident. You are a conscious miracle of existence. Existence is trying to express itself through you. Welcome to this sacred spiritual experience, your digital experience of divine. This may be what you think as your first time in the presence of a divine cosmic being, but this is not the first time this energy has graced the planet Earth. If you are watching this now, it is not a coincidence. This is a cosmic intervention in your life to make you manifest what you want. So how is this possible? How has this worked before? Experience these answers through powerful cognitions as referenced from the ancient texts of Hinduism, revived by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. So who is Parashakti? Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is a source Shakti. It is her cosmic womb, Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who is the primordial divinity of Hinduism. First and foremost, relationship is mother. Ability to learn, even idea to relate, starts with mother. How to relate starts with mother. Understand your idea to relate, your ability to relate starts with mother. Mother is too important way to connect with what you think as life. In Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the mother should be directed to the cosmos. It should inspire, it should awaken your higher consciousness. It should inspire your higher consciousness to express through you. It should awaken your higher consciousness. Connecting with life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, and most easiest form to ever connect. Today, out of his extreme compassion and love, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself and gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truth, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. So what is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan? What is Samadhi? Sama is oneness and Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude or aspect. Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being. As just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetime and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates the darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when the receiver is able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough, like hitting the reset button on your being. So there are a few fundamental things to understand. First, divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. Divine cosmic beings manifest through the Achavatar deities in temples and through the Bhava Samadhi Darshans, the Nijavataras, the incarnation. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of the Nijavatar manifesting Paramashiva, the consciousness. It is where formless, the being of Paramashiva expresses through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as Nijavatara, the physical form, the embodied form, for us to experience Paramashiva. So, as an example, Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Raja Rajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatar, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. The Achyavatar, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation, the being of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Achyavatar directly. The avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create experience of superconscious energy in all of us. Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. This influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process, improves immunity to disease, and during the darshan, the whole brain becomes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energy that heal, empower, and transform our lives. During the Bhava Samadhi darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. Mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That is, the entire body can silently and without moving receive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. Akashic readings are not predictions. It is reading from the cosmos, the cosmic archive. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. And because Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, present, and future. That is why when you call as happening, yet to happen, are already clearly recorded. Now we'll understand who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic, ancient, enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities a lifestyle for humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidanam of Kanchi Kailasa Satyapita, the Tornai Mandala Adinam, is the incumbent emperor of Suryavamshi Surangi Samrajyam, is the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam of Kailasa Sunita Shravana Pita Sarvidyapita, is the present Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akhada, the largest apex monastic order. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Akhila Akhada, the present 23rd Guru Mahasanidanam of the Dharmamukti Swargapura Adinam, is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 leaders of Hinduism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as a teacher of Hinduism, most prolific, most viewed, most read and watched, and has authored more than 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, including English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, and has translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has over 20 million copies of books and articles sold, read, and downloaded, with over 10,000 hours of discourses. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has enriched and enriched 1 billion lives digitally, and is respected as the commentator of all sacred scriptures, such as the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, and Ashtavakra Gita, and Jain Sutras, and many, many more. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader. Is a reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas, Rudras, Rishis, Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, and Sanyas, and is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, the Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, with satellite campuses in over 150 countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems, and is the founder and reviver of over 100 Satvajnapitas. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. The Sanskrit word diksha is derived from da, to give, and ksha, to destroy ignorance. It loosely translates as initiation. Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an avatar through a look, a word, or a touch, which destroys the ignorance of the initiate or disciple. Initiation triggers the possibility to create new grooves and neurological pathways in the brain, and can even alter the expression. So now we will move into the demonstration of the extraordinary powers, the Shakti, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has initiated the disciples into. We will be back after a short break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Peethas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happen. It's a fundamental truth.
Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystems. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Yes, welcome back everyone. And now we will be moving on to the next segment where we will be seeing the live demonstration of the manifestation of extraordinary Shakti. Today, the Balasans, the Nityananda yogis, and the initiate disciples of the Supreme Point of Hinduism will be demonstrating the powers of third eye and sharing with all of us the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers awakened in us through the Diksha, the initiation. In today's Bhavasati Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into the third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings and grace of the Supreme Point of Hinduism. We will be manifesting the following powers of third eye, which is seeing with the eyes blindfolded. And for those of you who might be thinking where the third eye is located and how it works, the third eye is the cosmic browsing center, which is located between the brows, which upon initiation one can effortlessly express powers and see through the third eye, just as you would with your two eyes.
So, what are Shaktis?
In the Vedagamas, the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis, divine powers. Manifest powers are described as a system, method, and science of human beings that explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. Shakti is manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are a divine and you need to manifest the divine, not that you are a man and you need to reach the divine.
So, here are a few differences between the Shaktis and Siddhis. So, Shakti is expressed from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Master Guru. And Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas the Siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for the sake of enlightenment and are on the path of enlightenment.
And a few more differences are that Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way after the initiation from the avatar and are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and may divert you from enlightenment.
So, who is that source of Shaktis? Who is that who made the powers, Shaktis? Paramashiva, the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self effulgent Swayam Prakasha, all pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, Paramashiva performs the Panchakritya, which is the five cosmic acts of Shrishti creation, Sthiti sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara regeneration, Prabhava pulling out of the illusion, and Anugraha liberating ways for all living entities.
And the avatar of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahani, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivam, as the thousand-year living incarnation and representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization nation, and the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been a cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in the modern day, the supreme point of Hinduism is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record breaking pace which is never accomplished before.
The Guru Parampara, where the supreme pontiff of Hinduism has been recognized by great rishis, munis, siddhas, the superconscious mutants, Madhura, my internet is glitching. Could you just continue? Sorry for that. So, the great rishis, munis, siddhas, the superconscious mutants who know the science of incarnation as per Hinduism, predicted and recognized incarnation of Paramashiva, Swamiji as the incarnation of Paramashiva and Parashakti. So you can see the various masters who have recognized Swamiji as an incarnation. The knowledge and science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha initiation by the enlightened gurus. So the supreme point of Hinduism being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiation and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest science of power manifestation from disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic Powers, Mantra, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, Science of Aushadha, Advaita, and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva
And now we will be seeing how we can awaken these divine Shaktis in us. Every ultimate truth, jnana, is mapped into your consciousness, prajna, and manifests as the possibility and power of every being, prajnana.
The science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidences of the Pramanas. The Shastra Pramana, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures. The Apta Pramana, experiences and results of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism with great rishis and scientists who time tested and verified the science.
And the next is the Atma Pramana, or account of the supreme point of Hinduism. This millennium's avatars personal experience of power manifestation. And the next is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation.
Vedagamas are a living science, living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus. Vedas are pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, eternal, unchangeable truths. A reference cited from these Shastras are source scriptures, which are called the Shastra Pramanas.
So now we will be getting into a live demonstration, a unique demonstration of the power of third eye.
So the Shastra Pramana, the scriptural reference, is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. The verse 34. Kapalantarmanonyasa tishthan militalochanaha क्रमेण मनसोदार्ध्यात् लक्ष्ये लक्ष्यमुत्तमम्. By fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Laksham. By having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva.
And the Apta Pramana of the third eye is from the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita. न तु मां शक्यसे द्रष्टुम् अनेनैव स्वचक्षुषा दिव्यं ददामि ते चक्षुः पश्यं मे योगमैश्वरम्. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, but you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore, I grant you divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. In the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold Krishna's Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. In the 11th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, which contains the description of Bhagavan Krishna's cosmic form, is completely narrated by Arjuna as he sees Bhagavan Krishna through his third eye.
In Swamiji's own words, the first experiences that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360-degree, 10 directions below me, everything, I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience all of that as me.
And the next, the Pratyaksha, which is the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. As you all can see on the screen, using the brainwaves of the Supreme Pontiff Hinduism himself was measured, and it was measured that when doing daily activities, there was high activity measured in the brain where the third eye is located, and when in deep samadhi state, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace.
So the Sakshi Pramana, we're going to be witnessing the Sakshi results of the extraordinary manifestations happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This rare sacred science of third eye awakening is being made available to humanity for their ultimate enrichment in conscious evolution by Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam Jivanathan Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. As a living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embodies the most powerful, profound yogic states that surpass all bounds of time, space, and matter. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gifting the pure great science of third eye awakening along with many other spiritual sciences through initiation, Diksha. Millions of people have been initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and are experiencing the profound results as everyday life.
And now, you will be seeing the live Sakshi Pramana, the demonstration of the power of third eye by the Balasanta Nithyananda Gurukul. So today I have with me this eye band which I will be using. So this is certified by ophthalmologists and it in front.
Yes. So this eye band is certified by the ophthalmologists and the scientists have even recognized that so this completely doesn't allow any light to enter inside your eyes because your eyes just go into that sponge, so it doesn't allow any light to enter, and as you all know you can only see with light entering, so there will be no chance of lights entering, there will be no chance of.
Yes, I have a volunteer and she will be tying the eye band on my eyes.
So we have a volunteer who is going to tie the eyes in a way that the eyes will fit into the hole. So that there will be no chance of any way of peeking. as you can see, it is being adjusted in a very well manner where her eyes will just go, that eye band will just go sit in the nose.
You can move to yes. Yes, so now all
So
of
this
you
way the eyes are right in between and she can't see anything with her two eyes. So as you can see, she's turning around up and down. So there is no chances of having any holes, as you all also can see. So now you can comment anything that you want. In the YouTube chats. Also, if Ma Mathura, do you have any book around you?
yes. So I have this Bhagavad Gita book with me. I think on page number 500 there's a bookmark. I'll just remove that. Okay, so I have this Bhagavad Gita book with me.
Yes. So Ma Madhura is having the Bhagavad Gita decoded book directly written by Swamiji. So this book, she's going to read one page from this book.
So I will be in front of all of you.
Sorry, Ma Madhura, your voice was not audible.
I will be opening a random page in front of all of you, and I will be reading that page. So I will be telling you the number of the page and also what is written on that page.
Yes.
Random page, right? All you can see.
Yes.
I'll be reading the book. Okay, I think on this page the text is not so clear. I mean, no, it's not. It's a plain page. There's nothing printed. Only what is written on the other side is shown. And it is the first page of the 11th chapter, the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga. And it says, Krishna, the cosmic window. How does one experience universal consciousness with a question mark? What exactly happens? What basic qualifications does one need for this experience? Krishna explains and gives the direct, pure experience with his very own consciousness.
Yes. So as you can see in this page very clearly that it is 11th chapter and it is a blank page in one side and it really is the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga chapter and exactly whatever she read about the cosmic window is what is written. So and it exactly is perfect. And she was able to read it in the same pace as with normal two eyes or even faster.
Yes, so
Amazing, ma.
with this, now we are moving on to the next power of body scanning. I request the volunteer to remove my eye band. So all of you can see as she removes my eye band.
Yes, you can show the eye band.
Yes, so
Camera.
see the eye band, it is just as it was before it was put on me.
And also, this has nothing like earplugs or anything that can give her the answers or something like that. It has nothing like that. As you can see, it is plain sponge and the mindful. Yes, we can enter into the next power, which is the power of body scanning.
I request the NTV volunteer to project the body scanning slide. Yes, so we will be moving on to the next power of body scanning, where it awakens the possibility to scan any illnesses, medically diagnosed issues, diseases, and also scan the problem from the root to heal the problem. We can move on to the next slide, please. And the Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyatvante vyajyate para.
You can go to the next slide, Ma.
And the translation for this verse is cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest consecutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or the whole universe simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source called Paramashiva. By their experience of such restful awareness, one becomes the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi Adi Shakti is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens.
So the Apta Pramana is the reference of power of body scanning from the life of a Siddha. Terrier was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples from severe headache comes to Agatya for healing. Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small terror, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately perform an open head surgery and remove the frog after the surgery is completed successfully. The person is healed and cured of the headache, thus, he gained the name Teraya.
And the art for this power of body scanning was revealed on the 22nd of December 2019 by the Supreme Court of Hinduism himself, paraphrasing his words. Only when I had the multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for a surgery and therefore for medical checkup related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through body scanning, I found out what the problems, imbalances had happened, and where balances had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion to verify my findings.
So here are a few screenshots of the experiences shared by various devotees and disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in the Paramashivoham program. So whoever wants a body scanning, feel free in the YouTube. And as we get more, as we get more, as we get more comments, Mamadura, you can share your experience of power of body scanning.
Sorry, ma, can you repeat?
Would you like to share the experience of the power of body scanning from your side?
Yes, sure. So, for me, as I do body scanning, of course, I first connect with Swamiji, with Paramashiva in the space of oneness, and I start scanning the body. And once I start scanning the body, I see the full figure of the body. And then in the area where the problem is, I see either a circle around it, it being circled, or that place a little bit lit up green. And then to further scan, I literally zoom into that area, and then I see the other problems related to that. And then or sometimes, so most of the time it happens like this, and sometimes I just directly see a picture of that organ or the problem. And for the solutions, I see it either as words or as pictures for the solution.
Wow, that's how we all actually see when us like that, just like how Ma Madhura was sharing. So we do have a few comments requesting for body scanning.
Sorry, ma, can you repeat the
We do have a few body scanning requests from the YouTube comments. So Ari Krishnan Sokkal body scanning. Yes, so Ma Madhura will be doing your body scanning, Aya. Ari Krishnan Sokkalingamaya. Ma Madhura will be doing your body scanning.
Sorry, ma, would you be able to the name?
So he has asked you for body scanning.
Okay.
Ma Nusra Al Ansari is also asked for body scanning. Your body scanning.
Yes, so Avi Krishnaya. What I was able to see was that there's a lot of like in the air you breathe, because of pollution that is affecting the oxygen, the purity of the oxygen and the air getting into your body. And because of that oxygen getting into your body being like the total air, all the air around is polluted, that is affecting the overall upper body, especially like the heart, the lungs, and that is also affecting the that is also affecting the entire blood circulation, the oxygen which is getting circulated in the blood. So I was able to see that if you take haitaki every day in the night, and in the morning 1 glass of lemon juice with organic jaggery. Don't add any sugar or salt, just organic jaggery with you can add it in the lemon juice. So 1 cup of that in the morning and haitaki in the night. That will heal whatever. And every day, if you you can maybe sit in front of Swamiji's murti if you have one in your house. If not, then at least in the main hall in your house, you can sit there for maybe 15 to 20 minutes. You can chant Mahavakya yourself for 15 to 20 minutes intensely. And other times, whenever available, whenever you can, as much as possible, play Mahavakya around the house. That will purify the air which is polluted around the house. So this is what I was able to see, Aya. So you can get back in the comment section.
Also, Manusra, what I was able to see is due to the position in which you sleep, I was able to see that you have frequent rib pain. In the ribs area, that rib bone hurts a lot for you very frequently. And also you have some digestion issues, which could be cured just with castor oil and haritaki. I also see Ma Stephanie asking, scanning for Ma Shamala Devi, and we also have many more requests. But um, we will have to be concluding this for today. Tomorrow, join again at the same time and witness the power demonstration. Now, Madhura, would you like to add anything? Is that?
Yes, so with this, I also see many others asking for a body. But every day we will be having this segment, and all of you can join us again. Now, in the interest of time, we will be moving on. I thank all the viewers for joining us. Thank you, Nithyananda. And please
Thank
stay
you,
tuned.
Nityananda. Thank you so much for joining us for the segment. Thank you, Nityananda.
We get you help. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasian.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything.
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear viewers. Now we will be entering into the next segment where we will understand who is Devi Parashakti and what are the Akashic readings. We can move to the next slide, please. So this is the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti, which translates as the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with the triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies, studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color, and her eyes are full of compassion, and holds the noose, the goad, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as Anima, and she is the self within me. Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source Shakti, source where the Big Bang and black hole go on. Parashakti is the source. Source Shakti, source energy, source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. Out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truth, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Raising as Omkara, expressing as the Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Rimkara, blessed as Parashur, filled as Parashurasi, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is the Kailasa Sripura Chintamani, Parashurasi, sitting as part of the Paramashiva Parameshwari, who rules the world, Paramashakti Manonmani Meenakshi as Nithyananda. I took Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all goodness, the Hiranya Garbha Sarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandra, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Samraj Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda. I came here as Nijavatara with a great compassion. I am blessing. Listen, people, to do good to all of you, and came down as Nijavatara. These are in the words of Parashakti herself about herself. Raising an Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as the three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as the four Vedas, expanding as the five Panchabhutas, beyond the six chakras, filled as the Gotras of the seven rishis, expanding as the 8 directions, existing as the 9 grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, being as 11 rudras, creating all the world, bringing light to tell and make truth blossom, and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came here to bless every one of you. Shakti. Literally, you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment when you have darshan of the Parashakti. She is there in your screen, so always receive her very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, 1 coin in front of the screen. Watch Devi. The coin is considered the traditional dakshina in Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value in India. It can be even 1 paise. In US, it can be even a cent. Do not think that the Supreme Quantum of Hinduism is trying to monetize on this. Keep even 1 cent. It is okay. If you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. Offer that to Devi. After darshan is over, do namaskar and eat the banana, betel leaf, and betel nut. Take it as prasadam immediately. Collect those coins and send this betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in a few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous, unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So this is how you set up your tambulam to receive Devi Parashakti, with 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin. And you can see how it's set up in the photo. And now we will move on to the next segment, where we will understand what are the Akashic readings and what we can gain from listening to the Akashic readings and how Devi has blessed each being who has had their Akashic readings read. So what are the Akashic readings? Akashic records are the records created in space. Whatever has happened in time is there as a file. Nothing can be destroyed. Please understand, none of your actions, thoughts, plans, emotions, words, nothing can be destroyed. The Akashic records are the cosmic archives of everything happening, and will happen. The Akashic records is happening, is continuously getting recorded. All the information you collected from all of your births is in your DNA. You can access some of them just to understand and not to waste time doing the same action again and again. Akashic readings are not a prediction. It is a reading from the cosmic archives. There is no such thing as past, present, and future. Beyond space, creation and destruction happen simultaneously. In the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. But in the Akashic records, there is no past, present, and future. That is why you call that happen. What you call as happening, yet to happen, are clearly already recorded. In Swamiji's own words, nobody has a right to comment on these readings. Nobody has a right to manipulate these readings. Nobody has a right to interpret or comment on these readings. They are complete unto themselves. For anybody to live in tune with the cosmos, the Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment, does not need any special practice other than listening to these great readings again and again. When you listen to these great readings, naturally, your negative logic is penetrated, broken, and these great truths settle in your inner space, and they make you live enlightenment. As the avatar of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has graced humanity with the blessings and darshan, revealing answers to questions in the yearning of seekers as solutions, breakthroughs, and liberating humanity from pain and suffering. Any answer given by Devi Parashakti is not just an answer, but a karmic breakthrough for the receiver. And here is the Shastra Pramana for the manifestation of powers of the Akashic reading. And the translation goes, but Bhagavan Paramashiva said, looking at the spotless, infinite, etheric space, Akasha, beyond the sky and clouds, one should fix one's gaze from the third eye without blinking continuously and make the body and inner space steady and motionless. In that very moment, O Devi, one attains the nature and powers of the infinite space, Vairava. And here's a reference of powers from the Akashic Akta Pramana. In the Hindu Purana, the Mahabharata narrates the story of the great sage Maitreya, who reveals the secrets to Vidura, the story of his birth in human form and the reason of all his suffering. Sage Maitreya accessed the Akashic records and told Vidura that he was not an ordinary man, but was in fact an incarnation of Yamaraj, the Lord of Death. He was to play the part of a so-called Shudra for 100 years, being cursed by Manduka Muni. And what are the benefits of having your Akashic readings read? According to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, all the information you collect from all of your DNA, you can access some of them just to understand and not to waste time doing the same action again and again. Accessing the DNA code, reading the Akashic records will be useful for you to be liberated from your default future, bringing an end to binding cognitions, known and unknown suffering, leading you to the experience of enlightenment, Paramashivoham. And only an avatar can alter your Akashic readings. The initiated Balasan can view the Akashic records. However, only an avatar can alter, edit, upgrade, and change the Akashic records. During the Darshan and Diksha, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blesses and upgrades the Akashic records as per the prayer of the devotee. So what can you ask in your Akashic reading? You can ask and receive the most accurate and unbiased answer to any question about your life, destiny, purpose, or any and everyday part of your life. You can be spiritually with just a look or touch. You can understand the reason behind your life's happening and receive blessings to fulfill your bright desires. And finally, you can get clarity to redesign your future. So now we will enter into the next segment where we will actually hear some of Devi's revelation from the Akashic records and how she has blessed humanity, given solutions to humanity for all of the problems that we are facing in today's world. So please stay tuned for the next segment where we will review and understand in deeper the revelations from Devi Parashakti herself.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home. Wherever we get you health, we get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers who are joining us today's segment. In this segment, we'll be understanding the guidance that Devi Parashakti has given each and every one of us as individuals and as humanity as a whole, guiding us each and every one as we are navigating through this extremely dark and tense time. And today we're going to be understanding more in depth of what Devi Parashakti has revealed and has given as guidance for each and every one of us. So the first presentation that we have here today is a little bit more in depth, explaining about the guidance that Devi Parashakti gave on neem flower. What she gave, her words translated into English, I'll now just read out. She said, listen intensely, apply turmeric in the forehead and intake flowers of neem in your inner tongue. Be unclutched in your heart and have the anthill soil in your lower abdomen, onion on your heels as protection, and go to sleep every day. You will be established in Nirvikalpa Samadhi and be in the state of Turiya. Parameshwari, I am blessing you all. Only this is the sweet way to get rid of diseases, sufferings, ailments, karmas, mental stress, depression of this pralaya. Oh, people, listen. Life without any hardships will happen. I will give you the completion of enlightenment and Paramashiva Padam. Let you live in Nityananda without stability. Always I will be with you and protect you. Don't worry. Yes, let's now watch this brief video on how Devi Parashakti reveals about to sit in Padmasana.
You will be able to sit in Padmasana like me. Eat flower. This is the instruction for all the humanity. Neem flower and the rice will heal your body and remove all the pains, induce flexibility, samana and prana, detox your body and clear apana. Om.
Yes, the next slide.
You will.
So what Devi Parashakti had just said, let me reiterate. You will be able to sit in Padmasana like me. This is the instruction for all the humanity. Neem flower and rice will heal the body and remove all tamana and prana and detox your body and clear apana. Now we have a magazine here that gives us a little bit more insight into how the neem tree really helps in all of its with all of its parts. So it says the neem tree offers several health benefits. All of the part of the tree are useful and known for its medicinal use. And the flowers, just as the leaves, have plenty of therapeutic benefits, which explains its medicinal use and many uses in the Ayurvedic medicine since ages. So as many of us know, Ayurveda is the Hindu medicine system, and it is an ancient system beginning from Paramashiva himself, the primordial divinity. And all of the medicines, the Siddha medicine, the different great herbal medicines and holistic medicines that Sanatana Hindu Dharma provides is from Ayurveda. And it's such a beautiful, wholesome, holistic medicinal system that, of course, many people in the West have also seen as extremely beneficial. Well, whereas nowadays in our health system, in our system today, we are unable to really diagnose properly, where many people are suffering due to just misdiagnosis or needing to wait too long for a diagnosis or having too many tests to do to have one simple diagnosis. Another very frequent problem with the modern day health system is the problems with all the different kinds of side effects that you have when you are intaking the medicine. Now, in many pharmaceutical medicines, there'll be a list of so many different symptoms that you all might understand, and you'll feel scared just reading the symptoms about what all you could go through if you just take this medicine. Sometimes you might have the one of the symptoms is the ailment which you are actually treating the medicine for, you're taking the medicine for. So it really makes no sense how pharmaceutical medicine and how the whole system is working nowadays. And whereas if we see how the Hindu medicinal system uses so many different beautiful herbs and different holistic practices in order to treat the body as a whole, and not as individual parts or individual organs or individual systems. The Ayurvedic system is such a advanced technology and advanced science for treating ailments inside of the body. And so this is from where we identified neem as one of the best herbs to treat the body and advance the body, whether it comes to the immune system or the digestive system, the circulatory system, and every single extremely crucial system of our body. Neem is extremely beneficial, and the ancient scientists, the Vedic rishis and siddhas, they all found it extremely important to do the research and development in this area and come up with the practice, including these in our diet. So that is how the neem flower was used based in the Ayurveda system. The next slide, please. So now we're just going to see how the neem flower has different benefits in different systems in your body, whether it is digestive system, the circulatory system, in any system. So here it says that for the digestive health, neem flowers help in improving digestive health. They are used mainly in dry powdered form for cooking. It can be included in its fried, boiled, dried, or roasted forms in rice dishes and in sauces for therapeutic purposes. So as you can see here, the neem flower has a extremely potent benefit on digestive health. And first of all, let's understand what is the point, what is the purpose of the digestive health, the digestive system inside of our body. Ultimately, it is in order to make the digestive system gain all the nutrients from the body and circulate box for your cells and for ultimately the organs and for all your blood, every single thing. So each and every one of these each and every one of the cells in your body is dependent on the digestive system. So it's extremely important. And here, as you can see, when there is a benefit in the digestive system, it will affect every single pore, every single cell of your body. And here, just one neem leaf can do that for the entire body. We can go on to the next slide. So also here it says, neem flowers are extremely effective in losing fat, mostly from the belly area. And the flower is known for its potent properties, which help in fat breakdown. So as you can see here, of course, many of us want to lose the fat in the belly area. And many people nowadays, dietitians, as well as even your, if we can say, the physical trainers, they tend to advise that the belly area is not something that you should focus on. However, for all of us, it is still something that we don't find appealing, or we find extremely unhealthy in many ways. So the neem flower is such a extremely, without any symptoms or side effects, any side effects that will do harm for your body or your mind. It can reduce the fat in your belly area. It helps with fat breakdown. So it's a very, very extremely great herb in this matter. Yes, and the next benefit that has been extremely notable from many different research institutions and magazines and respected magazines that have spoken and written on the benefits of neem flower is the liver health. So dried flowers can be powdered and consumed every morning, mixed in a glass of warm water, and it helps cleansing the liver and removes unwanted toxins from the body. It is good for liver health as it acts as a purifier. So another very, very extremely powerful way that you can detox the entire system and clean your body. Now, most of us know that the liver health is directly a influence in the amount of purity your blood is. So how much toxins is in your blood, how clean your blood is, so to speak, is all in the power of the entire circulatory system for our blood. And we learn about it in middle school and high school. We learn about how the liver is the organ in the body which detoxifies our blood. So now, if there is something which can clean the cleansing organ of the entire body, the liver itself, then of course that is going to be extremely powerful. Here it says toxins from the body, and of course it helps in doing that just by purifying the liver, rejuvenating the liver cells in many different ways. And we're seeing also different experiments that are conducted that say that in the liver cells, the neem actually helps. The neem molecules and the specific molecules in the neem actually helps in making the liver reverse carcinogenesis. So that means that the making of cancer cells, the making of a tumor that might be happening inside of the liver, and liver cancer being one of the most popular, most well-known cancers that many people suffer from. Many people have done a lot of research on this, the liver carcinogenesis, and have seen how the neem flower has actually, and the medicinal properties inside of neem have actually done so much for reversing and also healing carcinogenesis in the liver. That means the making of cancer cells in the liver. So once again, yes, as you can see, dried neem flowers in the powdered form can be consumed every morning with a glass of water. It helps in blood detoxification and pures the body internally. This means clearer, and the dried neem flowers in their powdered form can be consumed, and this exactly is what helps purify the body internally. The blood detoxification is an extremely important way that each and every one of us needs to take care of our body. We have to ensure that the blood itself is clean, purified, removed. It does not have any toxins inside of it. And because we have toxins inside of our blood, we have so many various effects, including chronic fatigue, including restlessness, including even sometimes the later stages. In many research of our arthritis, we've seen how the higher levels of carbon dioxide in the blood, as well as different toxins in the blood, have increased the pace of how arthritis develops in the joints. And in addition, there's so many different ailments, sufferings, diseases, and dispairments that you would just be able to break with this extremely powerful herb called neem. And you can ask any Ayurvedic doctor, anyone who is there, the neem flower is extremely powerful and really helpful in blood detoxification and in general making you more positive, more life positive about everything in your life. Yes, and you can see here that the neem flower also improves metabolism. So how does the neem flower improve metabolism? By consuming it on a regular basis, it improves the pace at which you are taking the nutrients from the food that you're taking, and you are applying that into your system. It improves blood circulation and is good for immunity and offers great positivity. So it's such a great way that you can immediately have and ensure that your whole digestive system, as we were talking about before, the digestive system, your whole digestive system is taking in the nutrients at a faster rate and distributing that within your whole body at a faster rate. And ultimately, the rejuvenation process happens. The dead cells are leaving your body and the new cells are being created in a faster way. That is the ultimate benefit of metabolism.
So also we have here how neem flowers are also a treatment of belching, nausea, anorexia, and intestinal worms. So many people have seen how the neem flower has intense, extreme benefits as we are looking at treatments for nausea and anorexia. Many people have these symptoms without even being able to understand why they're having these symptoms or what's going on inside of them. Many people who suffer from eating disorders or anorexia are unable to control themselves, unable to find that kind of really unable to find that kind of really helpful a medicine or treatment for kind of eating disorder. But what neem does is really help boost the immune system, boost the metabolic system in order for each and every one to break from those extremely deeply rooted patterns that are eating disorders. The psychological patterns or inside your psychology are stopping you from eating normally or disrupting your normal bodily function. So Ayurveda says that its leaves are magical for eyes and beneficial for treating headaches and skin. So, and here we have one of the experiments here that says that the liver 12, the glutathione S transferase activity in the liver 12 also possesses, the neem flower also possesses chemopreventive potential on memory and liver carcinogenesis. The 4 prenylated flavonoids isolated from methanol extract of neem flowers have been reported as potent anti-mutagens against heterocyclic amino acids. So basically what this means, if this is a lot of scientific verbiage for each and every one of you, basically what this research is saying is that without needing the use of chemotherapy or any other cancer treatment, neem flower possesses the properties in order to reverse cancer, reverse carcinogenesis inside of liver cells. So, and it also talks about mammary cells here also. So even in breast cancer, it is extremely effective in reversing the effects and the creation of cancer cells. The next slide, please. Yes. So neem flower is also considered as an antiseptic that can cleanse your system. It is also known to cure skin impurities when applied on the skin. We'll go on to the next slide, please. Yes, so during the summer, the Chaitre month, as a tradition, neem flower, jaggery, salt can be mixed and eaten. And this concoction very extremely potent and sweet juice that you can have. It is known to balance the heat in your body and also balance the pitta in your body. And the boiling the water with neem flower is a very excellent way to strengthen the liver and is a remedy for children as well. So here you can see that for immunity, you need to soak the flower in buttermilk with salt. And like that, 3 days, you have to make sure that it is done. Then you need to store it in an airtight container, and that can be roasted in gingerly oil and can be consumed regularly. Then also, you can soak the flower in water overnight and early morning. And if we start drinking that, the water will help strengthen the body. And lastly, for balancing the pitta, you can roast the flowers in ghee and make that as suvial. So this is meaning make that as one of the primary ingredients in any of the rice dishes that you're making or the curry dishes that you're making. So when you're making that, when you're mixing the neem flower with ghee and making that as a part of the basic ingredients that you are mixing into your rice dishes or your curry dishes or anything that you're eating at home, it becomes very powerful and helps you balance the pitta energy in you. This is another extremely powerful part of Ayurveda, and you can, since we don't have time right now, we can explain detail to detail about Ayurveda, and it's extremely powerful method, so much of healing to anyone. But if you see how that works in your system and how that process starts and what is actually Vata Pitta Kapha, which Ayurveda is extremely, which everything in Ayurveda comes back down to, and it's an extremely beautiful way of ensuring that we are attending to our body as it needs. Our body is not different parts or an organ at a time. We have to see our body as a whole system and a whole, including our psychology, our physiology, and even our consciousness together. That is the ultimate practice that is behind Ayurvedic practices. Yes, so this brings us to a conclusion for this segment in today's program. And next, we'll be understanding the differing offerings that we can make. And also, I just like to further explain to each and every one of the viewers about more of Devi Parashakti's ultimate guidance for each and every one of us. Devi Parashakti guided on our immunity is compromised after COVID-19. And yes, I'd like to just go briefly. I request if the volunteer can show the immunity on the COVID immunity slides. Yes, so these slides will take us through what Devi revealed and how exactly we have seen what she forewarned all of us just a few months back has literally come true, and how much we really need to take heed to what Devi Parashakti is saying. Yes, while we get that to you, I would like to invite all of the participants to ensure that you are sharing and ensuring that you are following and subscribing all the official handles of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Yes. So briefly, let us go over how Devi Parashakti actually warned us all how COVID is airborne. And in the society, we saw first stage, we saw the denial and criticism of this, especially when the scientists were telling this, were continuously telling this. Then we saw how in society this was accepted as a theory or a possibility. And then further, it was accepted as a fact, but still there was a delayed warning issued. Then there was criticism for the delayed acceptance. And finally, what we're resulted with is nobody being held accountable for the deaths of millions of people. The next slide, please. The denial. This is the first stage that we're talking about. Many people were denying the fact that COVID was, first of all, was made in a lab, and also that it would have variants, or that it is actually as powerful or as extremely dangerous as it is, as we are seeing today. So this example is from many different articles from earlier this year. So when I look at the case of Luc Montagnier from French, who's a French virologist and a part of the university. So he's a full-time professor at the Shanghai University in China, and he is the 2008 Nobel Prize winner in physiology and medicine. So he is an extremely well-respected, well-reputed person who has contributed a lot to the field of medicine. And Montagnier had actually promoted several controversial and unverified claims surrounding vaccines, homeopathy, and COVID-19 pandemic. Montagnier was one of the people who were the first people to say that that COVID-19 is airborne, that it was made in a lab, and that it is a weapon in BioWar. The next slide, please. And here we have the article. Here we have one article that is saying bombshell, Nobel Prize winner reveals COVID vaccine is creating variants. And further in the article, it goes on to say about how this extremely reputable scientist is really emphasizing the fact how much we need to take heed to the danger of COVID-19, of how it's going to be creating variants, how it is literally a weapon used against the masses, and it is not going to stop very easily. And again, we also saw how many scientists had been insisting that COVID-19 is airborne. It can be not just if you are within 6 feet of an individual who is COVID-19 positive, but even if you are in any vicinity of any person who is COVID positive and they cough, or they're even breathing, or they're in any state, they can somehow through the air can transfer COVID to you and the virus to you. So here we have the article that said that COVID is airborne. Scientists say now authorities think so too. So what this means ultimately is that scientists have been saying this for such a long time, and authorities are just catching up to what's going on. Why does it take so long for authorities to understand something or to really find the truth in what scientists are saying? And the article goes on to further say, a quiet revolution has permeated global health circles. Authorities have come to accept what many researchers have argued for over a year, and that the coronavirus can be spread through the air. That new acceptance by the World Health Organization and the US Centers for Disease Control and Prevention comes with concrete implications. Scientists are calling for ventilation systems to be overhauled like public water supplies were in the 1800s after fetid pipes were found to be harbors of cholera. So actually, scientists have already proposed the solution, but there is a lot of unfortunate vested interest in the wrong health claims that is ongoing. So, yes, the next slide, please. Yes, and then we have the next stage, which we are seeing how coronavirus was denied so far and then accepted only recently. America's delayed acceptance of the airborne COVID transmission is an article from the Mint, in which they say that though scientists have been discussing airborne transmission for months, WHO and CDC made this official. What took the authorities so long to see something and say something about so many people, lives at risk? The next slide, please. And again, we're seeing, okay, now that they have accepted it and they have accepted that COVID is airborne, now people are giving many advice columns, many different articles, more information on what to do about the latest information. The COVID airborne threat is confirmed, so what to do about it? Is another article says, is airborne transmission of COVID a risk? Of course it is, but let us understand that it is entirely too late that these articles, that these media professionals are addressed years ago. Yes, and also how home quarantine is not possible in India, something that many professionals, many prime ministers have said, and actually after what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself had revealed. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in public satsang just a few weeks back had been insisting that home quarantine is not possible in India. In so many places, it's just not possible. And home quarantine is the prime reason for a large number of deaths in Assam. And this is what the Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma said, that that home quarantine is one of the prime reasons for a large number of deaths. Why? Because more than 40% to 50% of people live 3 to 4 in a room, and we have so many different research articles, so many different reports that had literally been saying the exact same thing. The next slide, please. So as you can see, the Maharashtra government on Tuesday announced the decision to stop home quarantine in 18 districts. And as you can see, we're seeing that Maharashtra ends the home isolation in 18 districts, and patients from these districts have to go to a quarantine center. It's extremely important to notice that what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had literally told and warned each and every one of us months back is what later many people are catching up to and trying to say. Yes, the next slide, please. Yes. Again, how home quarantine is not possible in India. There's many articles that have shown us different research reports and different government reports as well, saying that that more than 40% of homes in the cities are actually having 3 to 4 people per room. So if somebody needs self-quarantining, at least 4 people will be out of a home and cause increasingly so many different effects if we can see it in that way. And I know that understand this as we have seen how the effects of coronavirus and of the home quarantining regulations have impacted the whole world. Again, here we're seeing how self-isolation for COVID is impossible for 40% of Indian families. And it says that in order to utilize India's healthcare infrastructure optimally to manage expanding fallout of coronavirus, the central government on the 27th of April signaled a change in approach from mandating that every person who tests positive for the virus be moved to isolation beds in dedicated hospitals. The government allowed home quarantine for those with mild symptoms. The key additional condition was that their house should allow for self-quarantining. But in India, that is easier said than done. So this increases the risk of the disease, potentially escalating, infecting others, and really snowballing in how much it is affecting people. Again, here seeing COVID-19 crisis, where is the space for home quarantine in cities? Again and again, we're seeing how the different ways that home quarantine is not possible, and in so many different ways, the authorities implementing home quarantines were really unfortunate and also not recognizing this in time. So many millions of people have died, yet who is accountable for that? Who is going to be held responsible for the millions of people who have died, and also the more than millions of people who have suffered their losses, and the billions of people who are feeling the impact of this kind of devastation in society at large. Now, this brings us to a conclusion to this segment on the general readings that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as well in the form of Devi Parashakti, manifesting as Devi Parashakti, had announced and had guided the whole world. In the next segment, we'll be going further and understanding more and more on how we can increase our dedication and devotion to Devi Parashakti. From this segment, I hope each and every one of you have understood, have learned why it is so important, especially now, to take what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, what Devi Parashakti is guiding at each and every one of us. It's such an important thing. And so many people across the world are just feeling absolutely grateful for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for revealing this and ensuring that we are being protected during this time, and that we are taking caution So in the next segment, we will be entering into the offerings for Devi Parashakti. We'll be right back with you after a very quick break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service. Identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers. Now we've come to the point in today's program where we can understand the various different offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. Now it is come time almost to the most celebrated festival in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Guru Purnima. Now once a year we have a special day to celebrate Guru Purnima, which is the day to celebrate Guru. It falls on the full moon day, the very auspicious day, where we celebrate the Guru and the Guru Parampara. And all Hindus around the world, we offer our worship to Guru festival. We have a Brahmotsavam ongoing, and if you were tuning in, just in the previous program, we were able to be a part of the Uttamottama Maha Guru Puja that happened from Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam. Was one of a very auspicious offerings that is made to Guru during this festival. So each and every one of these offerings you can make personally as your personal gratitude towards Devi Parashakti. And if you're Hindu, of course, you understand the very deep and sacred sentiment in making an offering towards Devi Parashakti. Even if you're just going in the temple or you are visiting a temple, we offer out of our deep gratitude a few coins in the hundi. Or for our birthdays or for our anniversaries and different types of celebrations in our lives, we seek of the divine in order to offer our gratitude for having guided us thus far and request that they continue guiding us in our further adventures in life. And we really have such deep sacred sentiment in inviting God into every single auspicious occasion in our lives. So these are a very beautiful way that each and every one of you can deepen your experience of oneness with Parashakti and with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as your guru. And you can offer your gratitude for having manifested so much of wealth and all the fruition of your desires. So let us now enter into the offerings to Devi Parashakti. So let's first understand the significance of offering. Offering is a giving of a divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness. And it consists of two parts. One is giving, and the other is accepting. Only when divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. An offering is not made out of fear or out of greed. When an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of enlightenment. Yes, the next slide, please. We can go on to the next slide. Yes. For this sacred space, let us first chant the Paramashivoham. Induniva Veda Karavahiniyanam. We can go back to the previous slide. Yes, we can go back to the previous slide now. So let us begin on the Dhyana Shloka for Devi Parashakti. Yes. Induniva Veda Karavahinayanam Syat Pankajavara Japakshara Sayukmabhushana Vichitra Vasanam Syat Tunga Mukatojjala Manonmani Swarupam. The next slide, please. Like face holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes, with lotus flower gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with the Japamala, beautifully decorated with jewel ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. The next slide, please. Yes, we'll now chant the next Dhyana Shloka. Dhyaye Devim Trinetram Shashinabhavadham Vedahastam Dhadanam Savye Padmam Varadamapare Chavayam Chakshamalam Divyitatanum Brahmadi Vipujitam Devimeva Manonmanim, 'Manonmanim, 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 ' The next slide, please. Yes, so this is the English translation. Three eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. The next slide, please. Yes. So now let us understand the significance of the element gold. So the significance actually has a source from the Atharva Veda, and the translation goes, triply born by birth is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni, and one fell away from Soma when it was hurt. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that, so as it says here, actually, it's virtuous and powerful Apaha. So such a divine virtuous qualities are associated with it. Not only that, it has the long life attached to it, meaning that the gold quality is eternal and everlasting. And what the Vedic rishis had understood and had shown us each about this is how the gold actually is a very powerful element for holding the enlightenment energy, and its spiritual significance is extremely high. It has great spiritual power of healing and enlightening. And the vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who is wearing it or even is in its vicinity. And in fact, that is why it is everywhere in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Gold is present in all of the Hindu scriptures, the Agamas, the Vedas, the Shrutis, Smritis, the Itihasas, and Puranas. In all the Hindu scriptures, the Vedas are displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal of any being. And in the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold, and ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening diseases, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amounts of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold, and the streets would have huge columns and huge archways made of gold horses and made of gold. And even horses and cows were dressed in gold. See, in the Hindu civilization, every single being was seen as Paramashiva, and therefore we dressed, decorated, and adorned every single living being with gold. That is why the elephants are so beautifully decorated, the horses, the cows, each one is worshipped as a different devata, as a god, and seen as their ultimate potential for the infinite consciousness, as the infinite consciousness. And the Hindu civilization also thrived on the banks of rivers gold. The Indus River was called the Hiranyamaya, the river of gold, in the Rig Veda, and we have here the reference from chapter 10. And the river Saraswati was called the Hiranyavartani in the Atharva Veda, and we have the reference here for that also, chapter 6. So this is how gold is a supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold, deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold, and because it preserved the enlightenment energy for thousands of years, it lasts forever. And we saw just that being explained in the Atharva Veda, in the translation of the verse that refers to gold being for your long life. So now, let us understand the first offering. Let's begin all of the offerings today. So we have the first offering, and I'd like to begin with invocation, a chant from the Lalita Sahasranama, where the devotion is capitalized. It's not capitalized, it is literally loved and favored upon. So here it is. Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Ghamya, Bhakti Vashya, Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya, Sharvani Sharmadayini. Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fear. So in the e-hundi offering, you can offer this for any amount that you wish. It can be $1, it can be a few coins that you have, it can be any amount. And you can offer it either through the YouTube super chat or through the payment form that we have, and that's a very simple process also. So we'll be going through this and at the end of this segment as well, so no need to worry if you don't know how to do that. The next offering. And of course, in this e-hundi offering, if there's any fear in your mind, if you have any fears in your mind, you can just drop this fear in the hundi, at the feet of Devi Parashakti. And Devi, who likes to be worshipped in autumn and who is always revered when our thoughts become more and more inwards, that is a time that we should worship Devi even more. So yes, we'll go on to the next slide, please. You can offer this e-hundi offering in any way for any amount as well. The next is the Sankalpa chanting. I'll just be chanting the English translation of the verse here from the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34. The goddess enchants this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. The goddess, being prayed without any interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives the wealth in the materialistic sense. So this Sankalpa chanting is the conscious resolution. You can make a conscious resolution and declare anything in your life today and just receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti today and make that happen in your life. Receive the blessings for all the fruition and desires to happen in your life just through this extremely powerful offering. Offering the Sankalpa blesses you with all of the different fruition of your desires that you are yearning for. Yes, the next offering is the Sahasranama Swarana Kasu. It's a very special offering. In the Lalita Sahasranama, Devi Parashakti is referred as Nama Parayana Prita, meaning the one who likes the repetition of her various names. And this offering is extremely special because it is the offering of a gold coin inscribed with all of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. And if you just offer this, you can be blessed with the Ananta Kalyana Gunas of Devi Parashakti, all the various infinite qualities and characteristics of Devi Parashakti. It is actually a very unique offering that you can get. And this offering is also offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti, and it is the Archana as well of the chanting of all of Devi Parashakti's names. As we chant those offerings, we are offering the gold coin and we're offering the flowers and kumkum and different offerings to Devi Parashakti's feet. And thus, we are also invoking that very specific energy for that divine quality that we are chanting to be invoked inside of us. This is a very unique science where the Hindu rituals are working with the science of the sacred chants. Yes, the next slide, please. The next offering is the Mukta Anguti. I'll just be chanting the English translation. I bow down to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and a face shining like the full moon. She wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells. and who is shining like the splendor of a lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, and who is worshipped by goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. This Mukta Anguti offering. So Mukta Anguti is actually the...
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive, somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment.
Nithyananda, welcome back to all the viewers. We are joined with the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham representatives and administrators who are going to be giving us the updates from the Kailasa COVID care centers. We will just briefly brief each and every one of you how to ask your questions during the live Baba Samadhi darshans. Now, anytime that Devi Parashakti is giving darshan live, you can ask your question or your or request your prayer, ask for the boons that you would like, and have your experience, your beautiful experience with the divine cosmic being. So here we have a set of steps that you can take, and Devi Parashakti has literally made herself available in all the different social media platforms, all the platforms that are available for us, and we can see how every single one in each of these platforms, you can ask your questions and interact with the divine cosmic being, Devi Parashakti herself. So first we have YouTube here. You can go to Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel and make sure that you are joined as a member on this channel. You can go to the live video, and underneath the video, you will see a join button. You can click that button and it'll take you through a series of steps to join our channel. And after you have joined, you'll be able to comment on YouTube and ask your question, request your boon to Devi Parashakti. The next slide, please. So the next option here is the Facebook video. So every day on Facebook, and I'm sure many of you are logging in and watching right now on Facebook. You can go to and like and follow Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page, which is the official Facebook page of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. And if you do this, you will not only be able to see the live feed for Devi Baba Samadhi Darshan, but also you will be able to get the all the different notifications, the different festivals, celebrations that are 24/7 from Kailasa, in Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham, and thousands of Kailasas across the world. And then you can also, once we have the live Baba Samadhi Darshan, you can go to the live video and comment your questions in Facebook using the hashtag #AskTheAvatar, and you can comment your questions in Facebook as well. Now, if you're a frequent user of Twitter and you'd like to ask your question to Devi Parashakti through Twitter, you can go to the official Twitter page, Kailasa's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam official Twitter page, and @Sri Nithyananda is the handle. So you can, first of all, make sure that you are following, and again, all of the different live events, everything is available for you on Twitter. You can go and ask your questions in the reply section of the live feed of the video using hashtag #AskTheAvatar. You can tweet at Sri Nithyananda and use the hashtag #AskTheAvatar and reply tweet to the live feed. And your question can be read out and answered directly by Devi Parashakti. The next option we have is the Instagram. On the Instagram, you can go to the Instagram on you can go to Instagram at Sri Nithyananda, which is the official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you can go to ask your questions in the link in the comment in the post below. So below the post for the live Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, you can comment and ensure that you are asking your question. And if you're not social media savvy, meaning you might not be comfortable on social media, you don't know how it works, you have an option on the Kailasa.org website. Kailasa.org is the official website of Kailasa and the main news channel feed for Kailasa. So you can go to Kailasa.org and make sure that you are you can ask your question on WhatsApp. So you can see the WhatsApp widget, which is highlighted in the screen, and you can go to that, ask your question through WhatsApp. You can also choose the live chat option in this. And it's another option that you have to, if you're not on WhatsApp or for some reason WhatsApp does not work, you can go and ask your question on the live chat as well. Yes, so you can share this way how you can ask your question to all of your friends and family. And you can take this opportunity to make sure that everyone knows that Devi Parashakti, the cosmic mother, making herself available today through the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. And it's such a beautiful way that each and every one of you can experience deep oneness and love and gratitude for Devi Parashakti. So this brings us to a conclusion to this segment, and we'll be moving on shortly to the segment for the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham representatives and administrators to share the updates from Adi Kailasa. Thank you. We'll be right back with you shortly.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support. And we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering we have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness, we can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it. I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers who are joining us. Now, in this next segment, we'll be understanding the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Over the last few weeks, we have been across Kailasas in all over the world, so many of us rejoicing, finally feeling some kind of relief in the fact that the United Nations has recognized the persecution against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this is just the first step in seeing the entire Hindu Holocaust, the 1,000-year Holocaust and genocide against Hindus having been recognized and seen as one of the most relevant crimes against humanity that is ongoing until today. Now, in this segment, I'd like to present to all the viewers what has happened in one of the pillars of Hinduism, how this was a pillar of Hinduism, and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revived this after literal systematic destruction of this pillar, and again, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is undergoing the worst kind of attack just because he is the sole, strongest reviver of the Gurukul system. The next slide, please. Now, let us understand why we need to revive Gurukul. Why is this so important? Such an important agenda for Kailasa. First, the Guru Shishya Parampara, the background, the most important part of Hinduism itself. And the Parampara, the lineage of enlightened masters that has been going on till the sun and moon exist. And the Gurukul system is the initiation-based education. And this is one of the Shanti mantras from the Upanishad. Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahano Bhunaktu Saha Viryam Karavavahe Tejasnavamaditamastuma Vidvishavahe. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. The translation goes, may we, both the Guru and the disciple, together be protected. May we both be nourished and enriched with knowledge. And may we both have the great strength, energy, and enthusiasm. May our study, learning together, illuminating us both with the sharp attitude of light, absolute light of higher intelligence. So be it. May we both have not only the enemy, not have any enmity in our incompletion with each other. Let there be peace, peace, peace. Such a beautiful verse, such a excellent based context for education that was initiation based. As we see here, it is such a beautiful way to proceed to educate. The Guru is saying, may we both have the initiation, may we both be illuminated by the greatest knowledge. It's such an amazing prospect and perspective context for the entire education system. The next slide, please. As we see here, initiation is mapping of the brain circuit from master to disciple. And in Nithyananda Gurukul, we saw numerous achievements, including the powerful cognitions that pain is a lie, making cosmic reality as a living reality, and fear and greed as viruses, seeing fear and greed literally as viruses, and having negativity-free language where we avoid zero and we say avoid instead of no. And also the violence-free cognition, such beautiful, violent, non-violent cognitions about ourselves, relationships around us, and the world. And if you experience oneness, authentic rituals as well, all of the Gurukul rituals literally manifest the celebration of the cosmos, and that celebration shows when it is raining. The next slide, please. So as you can see here, even Nithyananda Gurukul was conducting the live shows for counseling adults and initiation of blind schools and deaf and dumb schools. So this was literally the initiation of blind, deaf, and dumb children who have these physical disabilities into the powers of third eye. And for the first time, we saw how people who are not able to biologically see with their two eyes were able to see through the third eye, literally start seeing and start manifesting Shaktis of the third eye. Now, we have seen how there was a study of the brain waves in Apollo hospitals, Ahmedabad, and there were so many different initiations of blind kids, initiation of people with different disorders and physical disabilities, and also how we were teaching physical the next generation, and each and every one of these children were manifesting advanced powers. Now also, when we see the later years, how Gurukul is being able to contribute even to the world, how the training of Rajavidya Gurukul is also where they're counseling different people, celebrities, and also business coaching and running large spiritual organizations, being yogacharyas and teaching power manifestation. And each Gurukul children is also enlightening the whole world by traveling to different countries and different cities and visiting over 100 cities all over the world. The Nithyananda Gurukul Balasans on an average study 2 hours per day less compared to regular schools and still outperform in exams. And children are scoring in top 10 to 20% of the Mensa at age 14, and Gurukul Balasans take exams ahead of time. So we're seeing some of the information here on how Gurukul Balasans are actually outperforming many of their peers in other schools. And also we have, out of a random sample of Balasans, 50% were found to be very superior in intelligence and genius levels. The next slide, please. And we can see 108 reasons why Gurukul is an amazing ecosystem for every child. Whether it is creating the leaders of tomorrow, making 4 principles of cosmos as a foundation, or restoring the Vedic mind, functioning through liberated cognition, authentic revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, living life in Vedic Hindu lifestyle, freedom from vested interests, and independence from fear and greed, and living as enlightenment as the purpose of life, living Advaita, this pure space of oneness, and life surrounded with miracles, and with responsibilism as your cognition and the way of life, inspiration to perform the peak capacity, building your body through nutritious sattvic food, and with the yogic body which helps you hold the enlightened space, and continuous motivation and self-driven life practices to go beyond all the root patterns and dropping depression easily, prevailing or over addiction, and no physical or mental perversions, no books, no homework until 10th grade as the brain, and compassion which rules over bullying mentalities, knowledge-based community that enhances the intelligence of children, and encouraging you to awaken to your highest possibility, and having an only gain, no pain lifestyle, having teachers and parents who are working from the space of Advaita, and having the context of building confidence, and different activities which are so fun every single day, having learning as a celebration of life, having activation of quantum memory, understanding using multiple intelligences, and learning using visualization, and enriching 108 talents practically usable for lifestyle. And the secret, and learning the secret of relationships as beyond relationships. Having the secret of a stress-free living by understanding time is a life. And understanding desire is something other than you, and greed is catching it, makes you a beautiful being. Gurukul is a place where you will find your true you. Yes, we can go on. And every child is though to find his swadharma, the natural flow of life. Growing up in a temple culture is a blessing. And aligning to Hinduism as a lifestyle. We can also learn the Ashtamaha Shaktis in Gurukul and learning to fly, literally learning to levitate. Living with the right context in every single decision. Having no attitude, only altitude of learning. No limitation, only limitless possibility. And being a part of a mystery school, taught to retain the original space of Advaita, and authentic listening as basics of life. The workshop for incarnations, and taught work to like play, and having authentic golden children. Education rooted in wisdom of the Vedic tradition, and learning the whole brain learning. Learning to become both scientists and saints. And no adolescent problem. Learning the science of the body by itself is a hospital to heal every ailment. Learn to hold the right idea you carry about you. And mentoring adults. Graceful looking without cosmetics. And dressing up with grace. And being in the state of perpetual completion. Having inventions and discoveries as a way of life. And seeking knowledge and wisdom as a way of life. Understanding spontaneity and clarity in words and actions. And the strategy and decision to face the world. Yes, we can go on to the next slide after these are done. The next slide, please. We can go on. Yes, next slide. Now, having seen the amount of revival work the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done in the Gurukul, just in Gurukul, from 2006, how it has expanded all over the world, where today there's 108 Gurukuls around the world, and thousands of centers where children are enriched with the highest possibility of life with the ancient indigenous Hindu ways of knowledge. In this exact way, the Hindu Holocaust had been executed in order to destroy this pillar of Hinduism. Now, we saw the British occupation, where the economic and psychological destruction of Hindu civilization occurred from 1700 to 1947 AD. And this is a quote from Will Durant, a celebrated historian who is commenting on the British rule. And he says that I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes, and I am convinced that this exhaustion and starvation do not, as their beneficiaries claim, to overpopulation and superstition, but to be the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. This, he's talking about specifically the Bengal famines, the man-made famines that were executed by the British occupation in India against Hindus. Here we also have another quote from Shashi Tharoor, the MP of the Indian Parliament, who says the British came to one of the richest countries in the world and over 200 years of exploitation, looting, and destruction reduced it to a poster child of a third world poverty. And we see that during the British occupation, $45 trillion was stolen, looted from India in over 200 years. 45 million Hindus are dead due to famines and poverty imposed by British policies and reprisal killings for 1857 mutiny, and 680 native kingdoms were usurped by British rule. And we can just go on to the next slide, please. Now, let us understand the colonial subjugation and the British master race theory. Using theories of scientific racism and social Darwinism, the British justified their conquest of the oppression of dark-skinned people as humanitarian, civilizing mission, even though it was for a mere cover for racial oppression and economic exploitation. And this is a quote from Charles Kingsley, the celebrated professor, historian, a friend of Charles Darwin, saying, "Do you not see then that by following these studies, you are walking in the very path to which England owes her wealth, the glorious work which God seems to have laid on the English race to replenish the earth and subdue it." Now, this is a quotation from one of the people who I see the way that racist ideas had literally pervaded and destroyed other indigenous countries worldwide. And this was the basis of colonialism across the world, whether it is in Native America or in South America or in Africa, and as well in India. Now, we're seeing here a quotation for about the 200 years of intense racial hatred towards Hindus. This is from James Mill, a celebrated author of seminal work. He says that the Hindus are full of dissimulation and falsehood, the universal concomitants of oppression, the vices of falsehood. Indeed, they carry to a height almost unexampled among the other races of men. As for religion, no people have ever drawn a more gross and disgusting picture of the universe than what is presented in the writings of Hindus. Very few words are required because the superiority of Mohammedans in respect to religion is beyond dispute. In truth, Hindus, like the eunuch, excels in the equalities of a slave, and the Mohammedan is more manly. As you can see here, clear racist ideologies, racist ideas, and racist supremacist theories that have literally started this entire genocide against the Hindu civilization. And this is a quote from Filipino Sassetti, Italian travel and merchant during the Goa Inquisition in 1578. So he's saying the Catholic Church performs 250 years of ethnic cleansing in Goa, one of the worst crimes that have happened. It says here, the fathers of the church forbade the Hindus under terrible penalties the use of their own sacred books and prevented them from exercise of their religion. They destroyed their temples and so harassed and interfered with the people that they abandoned the city in large numbers, refusing to remain any longer in any place where they had no liberty, and were liable to imprisonment, torture, and death if they worshipped after their own fashion of the gods of their fathers. The Goa Inquisition was an extremely horrific way that the Hindus were subjugated under the British rule. And again, another example from Shashi Tharoor, the MP of the Indian Parliament, where he's saying from his work, The Era of Darkness from 2016, where he says, the British had been horrified during the revolt of 1857 to see Hindus and Muslims fighting side by side under each other's command against foreign oppressor. They vowed this would not happen again. Divide et impera, divide and rule, was an old Romanian maxim, and it shall be ours, wrote the Lord Elphinstone. A systematic policy of fomenting separate consciousness among the two communities was launched with British sponsorship. And here we see an article from the old times, how the empire builders used divide and rule. And I'm going to read it out. It says, the strategy of divide and rule was central principle of the British imperial policy for more than 2 centuries. By keeping different ethnic groups segregated and allowing them to squabble among themselves, the idea was they would be too tired to be overthrown their colonial masters. As empire expands, tribal groups were, as our empire describes, tribal groups were classified on the basis of language, religion, and ethnicity, and then given different rights. A toxic example was the Rwanda, where the Belgians segregated the Hutu and Tutsi. The lighter-skinned Tutsi were given land and privilege, and while the Hutu were given laboring work. After the Belgians withdrew, ethnic divisions led the massacre of more than 900,000 Tutsi. In India, rivalries between warring states and religious groups were exploited by the British. But in the months leading up to independence, the divisions spilled over into violence to the subcontinent, spilled into predominantly Hindu India and Muslim Pakistan. And the colonial subjugation also meant the British Empire used all possible means to destroy Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous peoples of India so they could become slaves in their own homeland. So we're seeing here the different laws and policies of the British, including discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority, engineered famines to starve natives into submission, annexed Hindu kingdoms to undermine native rule, mistranslated Hindu scriptures to instill anti-Hindu narratives, destroyed indigenous Gurukul education system, destroyed local industries, and forced importation of British goods, and banned Indians from owning or producing firearms. So part of this colonial subjugation, the British had engineered famines to break the spirit of the people. We see how Winston Churchill had literally said these words, and he was a prime minister of the United Kingdom. He said, "I hate Indians. They're beastly people with beastly religion. The famine was their own fault for breeding like rabbits." And the truth was that harsh British tax and export policies and poor infrastructure management caused multiple famines in India, claiming tens of millions of lives. Most recently in the Bengal in 1943. Indians were forced to eat leaves, grass, and human flesh, and parents threw their starving children into rivers and wells while others committed suicide to escape a living hell. Going further, the British had also destroyed local industry to ensure dependence and poverty. Prior to colonial rule, India was the world's leading textile manufacturer and producer of finest fabrics. The British engaged in systematic campaign to destroy the local heirloom industry through harsh taxation and export policies that forced India to import British-made textiles and banned Indian textiles from being sold in foreign markets. Within a generation, Indian weavers were turned into beggars and their indigenous skills were lost forever. By 1878, the Indian railway mechanics in Jamalpur in Bengal and Amjapur in Rajputana had become so proficient at maintaining locomotive trains that they started designing and building their own models at a fraction of the cost of imported British trains. The British Parliament responded by passing the Act in 1912, banning all local manufacturing of trains to ensure India's economic dependence on their colonial masters and destroy native technological know-how. And here we also have the Caesar taxation and ruin of Hindu temples. This is a quote from the Asiatic Journal. It was strange but a determined piece of policy when throughout the country the pagoda lands were resumed by the East India Company and the two-deck allowances were granted in their place. Now let us contemplate the result of this plan. From one end the country to the other, the pagodas are ruined and unmaintained. The revenues of the Tripeti are on a gradual decline and will die in the last lapse of years a natural death. Some of the most celebrated temples in the country are worse off, but there are still, alas, many more strongholds of the devil. British rulers perpetuated the narrative that Indians were generally illiterate and education was restricted to high caste Hindus, but their own surveys revealed that every village had at least one school. And Shudras and other lower caste children constituted of 70 to 84 students. In contrast, a century of direct British misrule of India left the population with a dismal 12% literacy rate. This is from the Survey of Indigenous Education in Madras Presidency from 1822 to 1826. And we're also seeing the anti-Hindu narratives. The next slide, please. And how they had created a class of brown British native. And this is a quote from Thomas Macaulay of the East India Company, who said, "We must present to form a class who may be interpreters between us and the millions whom we govern, a class of persons, Indian in blood and color, and English in taste, in opinions, in morals, and in intellect. To that class we may leave it to refine vernacular dialects of the country, to enrich those dialects with terms of science borrowed from the Western nomenclature, and to render them degrees fit vehicles for conveying knowledge to the great mass of the population." Despite their best efforts to adopt English language, clothing, and mannerisms, the Anglicized brown British native clerks of India were often viewed with contempt and ridiculed as Bengali babus by the white masters for their ornate speech, self-importance, and fawning attitude toward any Westerner they met. And concerned at the rising awareness of nationalism after the Indian Mutiny in 1857, the British realized that to strengthen their hold in India, they, just being a handful, needed to widen their political and psychological management of India and Indians. Thus, they began to focus on the education of native princes, of the pursuit objective in Macaulay's Minute on Education of 1837, to create a class of people Indian in blood and color, but English in opinions, morals, and intellect, became a cornerstone of their strategy. And this led to the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871. The British government passed the Criminal Tribes Act, where various ethnic communities were deemed subversive to colonial authority simply because they did not conform to the idea of civilized living. Targeted populations such as sadhus, sannyasis, tribals, nomads, gypsies, and Sudras were presumed guilty by birth, murdered, raped, arrested, and had children separated from parents and held in penal colonies or quarantined without conviction or due process. upon release from British custody, targeted communities were subject to surveillance. The next slide, please. And we also see the Thuggy and Dakoti Suppression Act. Here it says the criminalizing of indigenous communities. In an effort to demonize Hindus and feed the stereotype of savage Oriental British authorities and media sensationalized stories and bloodthirsty thuggers of bandits who would offer human sacrifices to wicked and fearsome goddess Kali. The image of the Thuggy was promoted worldwide as an example of all that was wrong with India. In addition to denigration of Hindu culture, the narrative of the Thuggy menace was also used to justify the colonial rule, suspend the civil liberties, and target the subversive elements in challenge of hegemony. And unfortunately, we're seeing how during the Hindu Holocaust, that has literally continued until today, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has literally had to undergo so much of attack. So much of attack. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself was continuously attacked for more than 11.5 hours and chased for a total distance of 390 kilometers from Salem to Bidadi on the 2nd of March 2010, beginning at 8 a.m. Now, we're seeing how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had undergone some of the worst persecutions and assassination attempts against his person and his character. Yes, we can play this video.
My name is Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. This is in 2010. The media telecast something wrongly about Swamiji. Like a group, like a lot of people, like 50 to 100 people with sticks, stones. They just barged into the area and like just pull up my shoulder, pushed me against the wall. They just like slapped me left and right, started kicking me and pushing me, just holding my neck and asking like, where is Swamiji, where is Swamiji? I couldn't see a trace of humanness in them. One after another, people started surrounding me, tied my hand behind, one after another, like one guy after another. Where is Swamiji, where is Swamiji? They started putting fire to everywhere, beating up like every single person they see. Even though the whole thing looked like a random mob activity, they were very clearly targeting Swamiji only. They were very well armed with all the fire ammunitions and petrol bombs. Such an organized manner. They were having like a camera crew also. They were so precisely, very clearly going behind Swamiji. They're just putting it on fire. Every single place where Swamiji could be, like they were like burning it up. They are actually going to kill the Swamiji. They have planned to kill. The mob was going in every direction, very wild, putting fire at every single possible place where he could be. That is the most disturbing thing. Praying like nothing should happen to him and somehow he should escape this whole thing and be alive only. I couldn't do anything. For the whole world, it was shown like a public thing, but we know what was the original intention. We faced it. The truth has to be told. Truth has to be told. It is not anything general. It is a very targeted thing. It is very much targeted. It is not a general thing at all. It was a targeted attack. It was a targeted attack. It is not at all what was told. out in the media. But very fortunately, some of the people helped Swamiji from this whole thing and got him to safe. A lot more of these things. But this is one of the most painful thing, like for the very first time that I was like seeing things, how this world is behaving in a such a ruthless manner, like not considering any single human thing. Just going behind somebody just to kill no matter what. Like, so it was such a wild experience. That was really wild experience. It is not at all what the world is shown. It is completely different. The world is deliberately shown something. What happened is, this is what was happening.
We can play this next video.
My name is Sri Nithya Bhaktimananda Swami. I was in the ashram last 10 years. I was doing the designing work. In 2010 March 3, I was in the office. When I came out of the office, I saw a big flame in the residential area. I saw the whole hut was full of fire and few people shouting inside the hut, and I saw the door was locked and few media rowdies seeing people in the fire capturing the video. And I was trying to put out the fire. Two rowdies stopped me, beating me and killing me, not allowing me to put out the fire. And the fire was spreading more and people are shouting from inside. I'm not able to see people burning alive. Not able to hear the sound, people shouting from inside. And few sannyasis then broke the lock and saved them. Within few seconds, the whole hut was collapsed and fall down. Any moment, I may be killed, or any of the Adinivas may be killed. This was continuing from 2010 till it's not ending, it go on. They are continuously attacking our Guru, our people.
We can go on to the next slide, Ma. We're seeing here the acts of cultural genocide against the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Kailasa. And how this was broadcasted in daytime to national television. This was the direct assassination attempts on the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where anti-Hindu militants set fire to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's quarters and locked it from the outside. And the residence, this footage is the residence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being burned with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism locked inside, live telecasted on national media channels. You can just see how absolutely horrifying it is from the footage.
For the Swamiji's network, a worldwide network. So this is the news coming in that 3 kutis are on fire, 2 fire tenders have rushed to the spot. More fire tenders are on the way to really battle the blaze. Also the ashram contains some 80 kilograms of sandalwood, illegal of course because it is illegal to stash this amount of sandalwood. Also tiger pelts and leopard pelts visuals from the CDs has also given forest department the evidence that the Swamiji had some kind of leopard pelts and animal pelts within the ashram. Now that is also being investigated. Really the investigating authorities are now the corporate headquarters for the Swamiji's.
On the 3rd of March 2010, the media covered live the burning of the SPH in his residence. And even the people around were stopped by the police from putting out the fire. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. We can go on to the next slide. The next slide. These are all the horrifying images of the burning of the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipitam, the very residence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, on the 3rd of March 2010. The next slide, please. And the fire was spreading to the nearby lands, and so many people were literally out of their homes. And after this, raids entered into the Adinam. Anti-Hindu militant forces had trespassed, jumped from the gates inside of the Adinam and started brutally assaulting the women and children there. We heard many stories over the last few days, the experiences of even some of the women who needed to flee from the Adinam because it was made as an unsafe place, and they did not know if they could stay there without being targeted. by the anti-Hindu militant forces. They needed to find some kind of home temporarily while their home was being literally burned to ashes. And anti-Hindu militant forces locked the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inside his living area, and they had set it ablaze to ensure the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was dead, and they telecasted it live across national channels. However, they could not find his remains, and they published more false news claiming that the inside of, because instead of being dead, he vanished into thin air using black magic. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was handed over to the mob to mob lynch him. Despite this live televised coverage, no action was taken to protect the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by authorities. The next slide, please. And the police watched, literally, as the mob pushed the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inside and set it on fire. The next slide, please. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's life was saved as the sannyasis pulled him out through the rear window amidst the raging fire. And the fire spread to even nearby areas. Cultural genocide was to kill the last lamp of Hinduism. The entire monastery was destroyed, and the decade of blood and sweat and hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was literally burned down to ashes. Not even a single arrest of the assassinators was made. Not even a single complaint was even accepted. And this is the remains after the burning. As you can see, literally everything was destroyed and devastated. Just as Nalanda University was burned to ashes, here we are seeing the ashes of the revival of Hinduism. And the metal beds were literally scorched black and entirely just into charcoal. You can see here the absolute devastation of everything, literally everything burned down to ashes. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. We can go on to the next slide. The assassins locked the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inside his thatched roof residence and set fire to it and started burning him alive inside of Adi Kailash. The next slide, please. And after this, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism needed to flee immediately. After his life was saved, he needed to flee immediately. And after this, his life was subject to the most horrifying torture at the hands of the anti-Hindu militants who had attempted to mob lynch him, illegally arrested him, and made him subject to third-degree torture and illegal imprisonment. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism underwent so much, but yet, despite all of that, he came out of 53 days of illegal imprisonment and torture at the hands of the anti-Hindu militant forces, and simply began contributing to the world. And the first discourse the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism made after illegally being in prison was on freedom. Even when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was denied basic human rights and tortured in prison, he was determined on liberating humanity and giving a superconscious breakthrough for the entire humanity. This is ultimately what we must understand from the whole persecution, where from 1700 AD, we have been seeing continuously the crimes against Hindus and genocide and literal manufactured starvation of the whole population. And today, even the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in the hands of the anti-Hindu militant forces, was starved and denied basic human rights in their hands. Even when this has happened, he has continued to make the intention and his actions, his mission, the revival of Kailasa itself towards healing Hindus and healing the entire humanity itself, raising the whole humanity, bringing super conscious breakthrough to the whole humanity. Continuously, we've seen the examples and so many sharings from people who have literally started to walk after 30 years of paralysis, who have been healed literally after having died officially by medical record, and who have just come back to life with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We've seen people manifest millions of dollars just with one prayer and one request to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We've seen entire families been saved from utter devastation because of the warnings and the protection of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And even until today, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is offering absolute protection to anyone who needs it in Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipeetham, as well as 13 other Adinams across the world. We've seen how he has been so amazingly sitting day in, day out, ensuring that these multi-layer quarantine centers are functioning with the utmost integrity and promising the most protection for these people who absolutely need it and are seeking protection. While outside, there's a pandemic going on within pandemic, and so much of lies and falsehoods being spread in the media about the reality of the issues, and still so many people dying and nobody being held accountable for it. In this situation, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened the doors of Kailasa in order to help, in order to protect people. Now, we'll be moving on to the next segment, where representatives from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipeetham will be sharing with each and every one of us about the Kailasa COVID Care Center in Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipeetham, as well as around Bidadi. And I now invite the representatives from the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipeetham to share with us about the Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipeetham COVID Care Center, which is ongoing, the different efforts that we are making to protect people and nourishing, taking care of each individual. And we'll be right back with you after a very quick break, after to address and to see the truth and to see what's happening and the updates from Adi Kailasa Sarvagnipeetham.
we get you health, we get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life, we get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnation is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnation, both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through his body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity, they manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you.
You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God is a bridge for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But the Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness.
Nithyanandam. Let's enter into our next segment, the revival of the temple sciences and ecosystems by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. As the COVID-19 pandemic affecting the whole world, across India, many states have their famous temples, the temples which have been running the temples which have unbroken lineage of opening every single day, for the first time, they all have been shut down. For example, the Shirdi Sai Baba temple and Siddhi Vinayaka temple in Mumbai, according to the news, the temple has been shut for devotees from Monday night till further orders. The Sai Baba temple will remain closed for devotees from Mumbai from Monday 8 p.m. onwards till further orders. So the officiating chief executive officer, Sri Sai Baba Santanam Trust, the Shirdi's temple administration took the decision after the Maharashtra government on Sunday announced a weekend lockdown and night curfew in the state to control the spread of the coronavirus. In another state, keeping in view the surge of COVID-19 cases in Orissa, the famous Puri Jagannath temple to remain closed for public. The authorities of the temple of the Lord Jagannath temple in the pilgrim town on this Sunday. So this famous temple is closed for the devotees since May 5th as the statewide lockdown was imposed by the Odisha government. And in another state, another temple in Odisha with capital Bhubaneswar, registering the highest ever single day spike of 581 new COVID-19 cases, the local municipal authorities Tuesday declared the closure of all religious places like temples, mosques, gurudwaras, and churches for the devotees from Wednesday till further orders. In Uttar Pradesh, two major temples of Sapta Devalaya, the cluster of 7 temples in Vrindavan, on Sunday banned the entry of devotees in view of the rising COVID-19 cases. In Gujarat, the famous Somanath temple closed for darshan amid COVID-19 surge. In view of this pandemic rise, the Somanath temple, the temple trust authorities has announced that the temple will remain shut down for devotees from April 11th for an indefinite period. In South India, Tamil Nadu, the murtis of a Chola era temple have been vandalized in Pudukkottai, Tamil Nadu. A devotee who went to the temple who was shocked to find all the murtis in the temple in a beheaded state. He lodged a complaint with the local police later. The Kailasa temple in a village in Kinjanathur in Pudukkottai is said to belong to the era of Kuluchunga Chola. With Shiva as the presiding deity, the temple houses other deities such as Ganesha, Parvati, Murugan, and Krishna, and Nandi. So all of these murtis were discovered in a beheaded state a few days ago. While across India, many temples have been locked down. Let's See what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reviving the Kailasa, how the temple experience of Kailasa. Now, in the times when COVID-19 is rampant and the ancient temples are in a lockdown because of the risk of widespread corona disease, the devotees of the temple were visiting and having darshan of their gods and goddesses for thousands and thousands of years. At all these ancient, sacred, sentimental temples have come to a harming halt after the lockdowns have taken place. The religious fervor of the devotees is being lost due to the pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the Kailasa ecosystem and bringing all the ancient traditions of the online platforms on Kailasa TV, YouTube, and Facebook. Let's understand from the Kailasa's Department of Enlightened Civilization why deity worship. So, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, please understand, deities are not mere idols. They are embodiment of ideals. We do not worship the idols. We worship the ideals represented through the idols. For example, the Paramashiva has got Ananta Kalyana Gunas, meaning the infinite, auspicious qualities. As and when devotees call, or as and when the world needs, Paramashiva expresses all the qualities to save the devotees or to save the humanity. When there was churning of the Milky Ocean, during the period when the gods and the demons, the devatas and the daityas were doing the churning of the Milky Ocean, it so happened that first the deadly poison came out. The poison is so intense, it's so widely spreading so quickly, it could destroy the whole world. Paramashiva, with the infinite compassion to save the world, drank that poison instantly, where Devi come and just held at Paramashiva's throat, so the poison could not go down Paramashiva's stomach. So the poison, to save the world, Paramashiva kept the poison in his throat. That's when he became Nilakanta. So that become an independent intelligence. So when the divine is present, in another quality expressed by Paramashiva as to save the devotees. When the divine is present in any devotee in a form that he can see, he can relate, he can touch, the transmutation becomes an easy and joyful process. That is the first thing. When we see the deity in front of us, when we know the compassion and the energy that the deity in front We can relate with the deity. We can connect with the deity. We can see and we can touch. Second, the deities in a real kshetra. The kshetra is a place where high energy vibration happens. So the deities in a real kshetra are always carved in the form of ancient masters and enlightened beings. Even though no longer in the body, when the enlightened masters energize them, when they do the consecration, even the masters are not in the body, the energy that they install in those deities, they can be invoked through the name or form they used while in the physical plane. So when we pray to the deity or chant its name, the corresponding divine vibration is automatically awakened and becomes available on the energy plane to guide and bless us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says, we mastered the science of bringing the divine to the deities and expressing the divine through the deities. The whole science has been mastered in the Vedic tradition. The revival of temples will be the revival of the world peace and world bliss. The revival of temple culture, the deity worship, where people are made to look in, that is where the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the Advaita Satya, the oneness, the truth of oneness is going to happen. So another example of Paramashiva to save his ardent devotee, the young Markandeya, when he called intensely, when the Lord of Death, Kala, came to take away his life, Paramashiva saved Markandeya from death, and that became an independent deity, Kala Kala. In the same way, when Paramashiva, in his cosmic dance with ecstasy, and created this whole, the Panchakrityas, the 5 actions of Paramashiva, the creation, sustenance, the destruction, and pulling out of delusion and giving the liberation. When he does the Panchakritya, the 5 actions with his cosmic dance in ecstasy, and that action becomes Nataraja. Same way, Mahavishnu's very action of showering blessings on the world becomes Lakshmi. And Brahma's very action of constantly sharing the wisdom becomes Saraswati. So each of the actions of the universe, the ultimate, becomes independent intelligence and energy. So when you connect to these independent intelligences, these deities, whatever you want immediately happens. So the infinite qualities of the ultimate, the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, when they express in one form, that become an independent intelligence. When you connect with that specific form, whatever form you connect and whatever you want through that form, immediately that happens. So whatever result you want, worship with the rights to those divine energies, to those independent divine energies who are the personification of those specific actions. So immediate results are achieved by connecting with those deities. In this world, this can be a powerful method through which you can achieve whatever you want in your life. So, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, reviving the Kailasas ecosystems everywhere, where across the nation, the temples are getting closed, shut down for the devotees. Kailasa doors are open to save the humanity. You can join the centers, the COVID care protection centers. You can register now through the link below, the https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let's understand the Kailasa's temple ecosystems. Kailasa is a place where everything related to superconsciousness is revived. All the sampradayas, the traditions, all the spiritual ecosystems created for enlightenment will be revived and established in such a way that it never gets lost again. They're forever serving the humanity. The let's listen from Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in his own voice, the revival of Hinduism's temple ecosystems.
I am going to revive Hinduism by setting up a model community, enlightenment ecosystem. I am going to create absolutely from the scratch newly self-sustaining, temple-based Hindu ancient enlightenment ecosystem and civilization based on that. Understand? Kailasa is reviving the ancient Hindu enlightened civilization. Paramashiva himself manifested this Kailasa Mandala, the enlightenment ecosystem, and the lifestyle. I am going to revive this whole enlightenment ecosystem, Kailasa, by creating a model Kailasas all over the world. I am going to
Now let us see the revival of Hinduism temple ecosystems. The adulation of violence in recent lifestyle has enabled disruption in several nations, affecting millions of lives with mental distress, physical health elements, and defalcation of food supply, and pinpointed destruction to the infrastructure of several countries. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has dedicated his life and made it his mission to bring the global peace from the ground level through the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and Department of Human Services to bring harmony to the humanity, to create life of freedom and peace for every individual on planet Earth through the revival of temple ecosystems. The director of the National Institute of Mental Health, Joshua Gordon, MD and PhD, pointed out that environmental factors present both risk and protective influences on mental health. He grouped such factors into three types. The first one is individual factors such as the microbiome. The second is natural and built components include green spaces, housing, and highways, which may play a role in health disparity, and social factors like family structure, poverty, and other social determinants of health. From 1994 to this date, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has worked tirelessly in the revival of temple ecosystems globally through Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship and Department of Human Sciences led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This lifelong commitment to the mission and vision of bringing global harmony, sustainable living, and reproducible ecosystems has been proven in building active and contributing temple ecosystems around the world. You can see some of the pictures. This picture that you see is taken from 21st of October 2006, following a meditation workshop under the sacred banyan tree in Adi Kailasa. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, along with children of the Nithyananda Gurukul, celebrate the auspicious occasion of Deepavali. And you can see the pictures from 2018, 22nd December. The peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the celebrations of a traditional flag hoisting ceremony which happened in the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, Bidadi, Bangalore. And this picture that you see is taken from 14th December 2006. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana Convention, which is also called the Life Bliss Program Level 2, a meditation workshop in Chennai, India. You can see this picture taken on 17th December 2006. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducting the Nithyananda Spurana Convention, which is also called Life Bliss Program Level 2 at St. Peter's Engineering College in Chennai. And you can see these beautiful pictures taken 26th May 2006, the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embark on the Himalaya Yatra, the traditional sacred pilgrimage to the Himalayan mountains and up to the river Ganga. This is in Harshil, India. And you can see the pictures here taken on 20th December 2011. The temple ecosystem of Tirunamalai serves as the driving factor in maintaining the lifestyle of health, wealth, and well-being for the citizens of Tirunamalai and one of the remaining living temple ecosystems. You can see this beautiful picture taken in 2018 on 31st December, where the peacekeepers of Kailasa and the participants of the Paramashivoham meditation workshop take part in the morning meditation and traditional puja or ritualistic worship. This picture is taken in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. And this picture taken on 17th August 2014, the distribution of sweet butter as part of the Kailasa Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, the celebration of Lord Krishna's birth. This picture is taken from Adi Kailasa, Bidadi, Bangalore. And this picture is taken from 17th August 2014. And how playfully, joyfully, the Kailasa peacekeepers and the devotees are celebrating the colorful celebration of Krishna Janmashtami in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. And this picture is from 17th August 2014. As a part of the Krishna Janmashtami celebrations, the peacekeepers of Kailasa distributing the free organic food to the public. And you can see the pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself doing the Karaseva along with his peacekeepers of Kailasa. The peacekeepers of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, take part in Karaseva on 11th September 2006. The Karaseva is the voluntary contribution of physical service towards the cleaning or construction of the sacred Hindu temple. This happened in Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham. And you can see this picture from 4th January 2012. And this is Thane flood relief food preparations. And you can see this picture on 2nd January 2013, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, arrives with volunteers and the Kailasa peacekeepers to provide relief efforts to the cyclone hit Pondicherry, which is in South India. The region was affected through the cyclone. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism made the flood relief, and through the flood relief activities, he distributed the food, water, basic necessities, and medical camps, and cleaning the local roads for further relief efforts. And you can see this picture again taken on 2012, 4th January. As part of the Thane flood relief, the food preparations were in full swing, and also the distribution. And on the 3rd January 2012, the medical facilities for the Thane flood relief Kailasa's ecosystems around the world, you can see from these pictures, they are spanned across the continents, across the globe. The ecosystems are in all continents and spread across the globe. Now, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism started this work of establishing the various Kailasas. You can see the picture. In 1994, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai is traditionally passed on to the hands of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. On the right, you can see the picture in 2017, the Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai receiving the visitors and delegates for the Kalpataru meditation workshop and the Shivadiksha. And the picture that you see in here is taken in January 2011. The Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself directly serving the Annadanam, and the traditional temple services. This picture that you are seeing here, taken on 11th March 2017, which has happened in Tiruvannamalai, Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. Thousands arrived to celebrate the enlightenment ecosystem here and to traditionally meet the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And you can see this picture is the Tiruchengodu Sarvajna Peetham. This is the first Sarvajna Peetham. It's also called Adi Nithyananda Peetham. The first temple ecosystem established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, at the mere age of 23. On the banks of the sacred Kaveri River in 2001, way back in 2001. This was the start of the borderless Hindu temple ecosystem that we know today as the Kailasa. You can see these beautiful pictures that Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism establishing the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Peetham in Bidadi, Bangalore. After having the vision of the sacred banyan tree, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has established the Adi Kailasa temple ecosystem with the same banyan tree at its heart. The main headquarters of the Kailasa in way back in 2003. You can see the deities of this temple, the Adi Kailasa Sarvajna Peetham, the sacred banyan tree, and the Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti and Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Linga. Through the live stream of the sacred banyan tree, and the deities, the temple ecosystem of Adi Kailasa is continuously available to all from wherever you are. And you can also see the temple rituals, the continuous flow of the worship and the temple services happening throughout the day. You can watch these rituals through the live stream. And the first temple established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism outside of India in Ohio, Columbus, Ohio in USA. This temple is physically came to life in just 9 months. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva and Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti. The deities are 7 feet tall granite, weighing 6 tons, and their divine faces have been directly hand carved by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you can see these pictures from the Kailasa in Los Angeles, California, United States of America. The Los Angeles temple first inaugurated in 2005, September. Then it established in its permanent location in 2007. It houses the largest Shivalinga and the Rajarajeshwari Devi in North America. And you can see some more pictures of this temple of and Los Angeles. This temple is which has got 25,000 square foot temple complex housing 80 plus deities. It is one of the largest Hindu temple ecosystem in the West. And you can see the Kailasa in Seattle, Washington, United States of America. This temple, Sarvajnapeetham, housing the blissful dancing form of Ganesha and the largest living Nataraja deity outside of India. The Kailasa in Seattle is also known as Chidambaram of the West. And the Kailasa in San Jose, California. These pictures that you see are from the Kailasa in San Jose, California. Inaugurated in 2009, the Kailasa in San Jose radiates the energy of the Madurai Meenakshi temple. The chief presiding deities of the temple are Devi Meenakshi, the Shivalinga, and the Lord Nithyanandeshwara and Devi Nithyanandeshwari, who are the Lord Shiva and the Cosmic Mother Parvati, which have been created, installed, and energized by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself. And the pictures that you're seeing are the Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri. Alongside the Shivalinga and Nithyananda Ganesha, Kailasa in St. Louis carries the energy of the Tirumala Tirupati of the South India and houses one of the tallest Venkateshwara deities in North America, along with his consort Sri Devi and Bhudevi. The beautiful landscape among the woods and rolling hills of Missouri stretches for 20 acres. And the pictures that you're seeing here are from the Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona. It houses the home for the 21 deities, and with the temple structure of 2,500 square feet, Kailasa in Phoenix has been directly established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, serving as an energy field of worship, meditation, and the celebration for over 7 years. And the pictures that you see are the Kailasa in Houston, Texas, United States of America. Formally inaugurated in 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared the Kailasa in Houston as the Parihara Sthala for all the Navagraha doshas. And you can see the pictures of Kailasa in Toronto, Canada. This temple is inaugurated on July 2011. The Kailasa in Toronto is the only Hindu temple in the West, with all 63 Naivanaths and 18 Siddhas residing as deities. The temple deities here are seated exactly as they existentially preside in Kailasa around Paramashiva, the primordial deity of Hinduism. And some more pictures from this Sarvajnapeetham, the Kailasa in Toronto. which is active and alive from 2011 onwards. The Kailasa in Toronto has been blessed to radiate the superconsciousness energy of Kailasa. This temple ecosystem goes on providing various temple services to the community such as Annadan and traditional Hindu ceremonies. Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship, the Department of Human Services, and each of Kailasa's temple ecosystems consider the right of happiness to be the highest fundamental right of all human beings. In fact, all humans and all beings. The ultimate goal for Hinduism and Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. It is the material and spiritual well-being and prosperity of humanity. And you can join the Kailasa's ecosystems and protect yourself from the pandemic. Join the COVID Care Protection Centers. Register yourself now through the link below, which is https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now let us understand the contributions from the Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship during the COVID-19 pandemic. The service that the Kalpa Vriksha, which is the boon giver to whoever the devotees request, this Kalpa Vriksha continuously blessing the devotees. You can connect via live stream and request for your boon. And the deities, you can see them continuous live stream via YouTube, and some more pictures of the rituals of Homa and Pujas happening with the grace and the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, on 12th May 2021, revelations to the world by the Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti herself, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, revealed some of the most profound revelations. On 12th May 2021, Devi Parashakti says, I came as the Nija avatar. I am blessing you. Listen, people, listen. To do good to all of you, I have taken the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nija avatar. The people of India, listen carefully, listen. Time after time, Bharatam is Jnana Bhumi. The Bhumi is the earth, the land of the knowledge and wisdom, where the enlightened beings comes. We cannot make the Jnana Bhumi as infertile. Enlightened beings have to come. On 12th May, the Devi continued to say that they have to live. It has to flower. Few hypocrites, because they are stuck in delusion, we cannot sacrifice the world. Cosmos cannot be destroyed. The ship I did to save the cosmos from being destroyed, that is called Adi Kailasa. The ship I did to protect beings from Pralaya is Adi Kailasa. Because of conspiracy of Drohis and enemies rule, the captain has to leave the ship. Before 12 years, knowing the great deluge that is going to happen, all Aukshadas by this Guru Purnima, that Jnana Rasavadam, the Navapashana is going to flower. I love people to come and take dip in Navapashana flower. People, whoever comes and dip in by the Sarovar, they will not have death. They will not have corona. Crores and crores of people will come in line. Every day they will have the dip in the Ananda Lingam Vaidya Sarovar. Devi continued revelations to the world on 13th May 2021 that listen well to my words. For India, I made ship as protection. The Nithyananda Navapashana Lingam in Vaidya Sarovar. Go to Adi Kailasa. Oh Indians, listen. All those regretting losing Nithyananda Nija Avatara without confusion and without talking just as a lip service, go to Adi Kailasa and protect yourself. The scores of people will come there looking for help. Navapashana water feast and meditate to get help and protection and enlightenment. To protect India from the great destruction, I, the Parashakti, made this huge ship. Even if captain is not there, the ship is there. When the first world countries closed their borders during a massive global emergency, Kailasa has opened its doors, not only the doors, to all, one and all, without exceptions. So join now with these COVID care protection centers. Join the Adi Kailasa ship. Register now through the link below, the https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. Now you can see the pictures of this Adi Kailasa ship, the various temple rituals, glorious temple rituals are happening continuously in the Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapitam. I can see some more pictures. The Abhishekams, the Alankarams, continuously the happening, various pujas, various homas that are happening in the Adi Kailasa. You can see the glimpses of the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam, Adi Kailasa Sarvajnapitam. So join now for this COVID care protection center at Adi Kailasa and register now through the link below at https://kailasa.org/Kailasa care. If you need any further clarification, if you need any further information, you can post your comments in the chat. We'll get back to you. Register now in this link below, the link which is projected, and reach out to, some of us will be reaching out to you with further information. Thank you all for listening, and save yourself without delay for this Kailasa's COVID care protection centers, and register now through the link which is projected and save yourself, and let's pay our gratitude to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Thank you all for listening. Nithyanandam.
with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
கையிலையும் தரும் நித்தியனின் தரிசனம் கண்ணை தானறியவே இவை அசைவிடும் தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் மறைபொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி தொகும் தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே மறைபொருளாயிருந்து திரை விலகி திருவடி தொகும் தரிசனம் பிறை சூடிய சடை நாதனின் திருவுரு தரிசனமே அவள் வேண்டி வேண்டி திரளான கூட்டமுவை தேடி வரும் அல்லவா மறை நான்கின் பொருளுடத்த நானும் கண்களுள்ள கையிலை உதித்ததல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்கிறல்லவா பொருளெல்லாம் தேடி உலகெல்லாம் போடி உடையனுள் உணர்கிறல்லவா உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்தியனின் தரிசனம் கண்ணை தான் அறியவே இவை அசைவிடும் தீட்சை தரும் தரிசனம் கடலும் கரைகளும் திரு கைகள் தந்ததே இரவும் பகலுமே திரு கண்ணில் அசையுதே நாங்கள் என்ன கோள்கள் என்ன உம்மை பற்றிட ஏழு புவனங்களும் உம்மை சுற்றிட முழுவதும் தர மனதின் இருவிலக பரமசிவ தரிசனம் மாயை வென்று விட ஞானம் பெற்று விட மோட்சம் தரும் தரிசனம் பல சித்த புருஷர்களின் ஞானி யோகிகளின் தவமெனின் தரிசனம் அடியும் முடியையும் ஒன்றாய் காண்பதற்கு கையிலையில் தரிசனம் சதுர்வேத கோஷமுடன் நாத கீதங்களின் ஒளியில் தரிசனம் தொட்டு பிண்டம் வரையிலும் சாட்சியாகும் ஐயன் தரிசனம் சொல்ல வார்த்தை ஏதும் இல்லையே சொக்கநாதன் நுந்தன் தரிசனம் நித்யானந்தா 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 அறியவே இவையசைவிடும் தீட்சைகளின் தரிசனம் உலகை காத்தருளவே கையிலையில் தரும் நித்தியனின் தரிசனம் தன்னைத்தான் அறியவே இவையசைவிடும் தீட்சைகளின் தரிசனம்
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedar, Kotari, visitors, viewers, Sarvanyapita Yajamans, Kartas, Vidyeshwara, Ganeshwara, Mantreshwara, Lokeshwara, Astreshwara. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message from Kailasa. Listen. Physics of the conscious sovereignty is all about building body with a spiritual stamina to hold the conscious sovereignty and radiate the conscious sovereignty. Listen. I'm just filled with the Paramashiva space. The me I am experiencing in me is the cosmic me, the Paramashiva. And I also know the me you are experiencing in you right now is also part of the Paramashiva's me, cosmic me. With this deep love of oneness, you are Paramashiva, I am Paramashiva. We both put together is part of Paramashiva. He has filled me, awakened me, enlightened me, manifesting in me with that extreme joy, ecstasy I am sharing with you. Raw, naked truth as it is. as it is. Listen with extreme love and compassion. I am sharing it as it is. Listen. Spiritual stamina means your ability to cognize Paramashiva, letting him manifest his will, his experience of himself. That is what is most important. See, whoever decides to trust my introduction about me, I feel so overwhelmingly loved by them and loving them. Listen. Love means whoever trusts your introduction by yourself, about yourself, you simply love that person and that person simply loves you. Listen. When you trust Krishna's introduction about himself, who he is, how he is, how he feels about himself. Adityanam Aham Vishnu. How Krishna declares among the Adityas. So, he opens himself. When you feel connected, you decide to feel connected, you choose to like, love, trust what Krishna introduces about him as as himself. When you decide to trust, simply Krishna consciousness manifests in you. If you decide to trust the anti-Krishna gang, abusers, their version of Krishna, how Saguni talks about Krishna and Krishna's sexuality, how Shishubala talks about Krishna and Krishna's sexuality, how Shishubala describes Krishna and Krishna's people. Shishubala may give very valid, logical evidences for your independent investigation. He may have everything to support your independent investigation. The selfie Krishna took when he hugged his gopikas may be available for you. Whether the Shishubala and his culinary gang, the Shishubala gang is able to convince you or not able to convince you, the moment you decide to follow Shishubala's description about Krishna, you will reach the same space Shishubala is in. You will attract the same kind of people, Shishubala, like, and you will naturally be in Shishubala's gang and die, rot, destroy yourself. Listen. Whom you choose to trust, feel connected, you fall into that gang. Whenever you choose to decide, you decide to listen about my introduction about me, my definition about me. You enjoy the space given to me by Paramashiva. Now I am introducing me. The me in me is manifestation of cosmic me, Paramashiva Paramburul. It has realized the me in you is also part of Paramashiva. Listen. So sit sincerely with the decision, you, me, both are part of Paramashiva, and that Paramashiva is awakened in me, and now giving this satsang and Shaktipada, Shaktinipada to awaken Paramashiva in you. That's all. This is the exact, precise, truthful, honest introduction of what is happening now as me, as you, as cosmic Paramashiva. So understand, sit with this cognition, whatever I am talking will become reality in you. Whatever I am revealing will become reality in you. So first thing, physics of conscious sovereignty. Conscious sovereignty is the ultimate of life. Physics of conscious sovereignty is building a body with a spiritual stamina. Listen intensely. Listen carefully, deeply. Every word now I utter can become your realization, your experience. So listen. Building a body with a conscious stamina. Actually, building a body with a spiritual stamina, conscious stamina, is very easy job. Too easy. I can give you just some 10-15 simple tips. If you start following for few days, automatically you will build a body with a conscious stamina which can manifest Paramashivatva. Because my gurus have done it for me. I know the precise methodology. Without wasting much time, I can teach you. Many instructions, tips I would have given you. Please add castor oil in your food every day, at least 1 teaspoon. See, don't add too much castor oil, then you may feel dehydrated, tired. At least 1 or 2 teaspoon per day or per meal. See, if you are taking only 1 meal a day, then go for just 1 teaspoon, not more than that. So based on the food intake, choose. These are 2 simple instructions. It's not something very difficult, complicated, very simple. Vegetarian lifestyle, what I claim, that Shaivite lifestyle, most easiest lazy man's method to build a conscious sovereignty spiritual body. Listen. Conscious sovereign space, the conscious sovereignty space, that stamina, body with that stamina. Once you start manifesting, you will feel so happy to live inside your body. I'll give you 2 simple instructions and few truths. To build the physics, listen. Physics of the conscious sovereignty is building strong physical body with a spiritual stamina that starts manifesting the right physics, everything you need for manifesting conscious stamina. I tell you, I can give you 1 or 2 examples. When you start having spiritual stamina, conscious stamina, you will carry such an amazing space. Anyone can ask anything. You will never feel irritated. You just know you are so happy they asked you. You will never feel demanded. You are so happy. The people come into your space. More and more people you enjoy in your space, more and more you are a successful being. Because you know your pure space never gets trampled by even millions of people entering into your space. the conscious stamina triggers, snowballs, initiates thousands of good things in your life. I tell you, 1 teaspoon castor oil can keep you in a pleasant mood 24 hours. Don't take my words casually. I am very serious. If you start doing it, you will understand. If you start doing it, you will understand. Within 6 months, you will understand. Just use castor oil. You may think, what, castor oil? To remove the irritation? Yes, I am telling you. Castor oil will remove the parasites sitting inside your stomach, which triggers irritation continuously. The castor oil and parasites are anti. They don't like each other. And I tell you, I am a Dhyana Siddha by birth. By birth, master in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, because even while entering into the body, I carried my Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Within the space of Nirvikalpa Samadhi only, I even assumed this body. Even I had once a difficulty in Tiruvannamalai during the Deepam festival. The roadside, the gulfi ice, people will come and sell gulfi ice. In those days, the gulfi ice will not be available regularly in Tiruvannamalai. Only during the festival times, big festival times, it will be available. So, Raghupati Yogi, he always takes me from home to the temple to teach yoga and brings me back, and he will be actually holding my hand, literally, and walking, especially during these festivals, a lot of crowd. Na? So he will hold my hand and walk. The gulfi ice guys, they will have a bell in their cycle, tricycle, and sell the gulfi ice. I was listening to that bell. That bell was very nice sound. I was looking at the bell and listening. Raghupati Yogi thought that I want that ice cream. That's why I am looking at that tricycle. He asked, you want to eat that gulfi ice? I neither said yes nor said no, because there was no interest in that ice cream, because I never tasted it and I don't know what it is. And I was only listening to the bell, very nice sound. I did not say yes or no, but he thought maybe I want, but I am feeling a little shy to ask him. So he told, Varakane sapla. He gave me, he bought and gave one ice, and when I ate, I really enjoyed. It was very tasty. The way I ate itself, he understood, I enjoyed, so he got one more. I enjoyed that also. Until the second one, I did not ask. The third one, I myself said, get one more. Then he started laughing. He said, more than this, I don't know whether you will catch cold, because usually the Deepam festival comes in a cold season. That December, November, December is the time Deepam festival comes. So naturally weather was also cold. So he said, I don't know whether you will catch cold. But because I asked, he could not say, he didn't want to say no, he just got. Finally, I ate 5. And next day, he was making me do some process. The impact of the cold weather and the gulfi ice cream, both had little kapha. So he was asking me to sit in certain position to help me do my spiritual process. Usually he will make me sit and do any rituals need to be done, like a yajna or homa, small havan or puja, and then initiate me into the pranayama or the kriya which I am supposed to do. And he did all that rituals and he started initiating me, telling me to do what I am supposed to do, but I was missing few steps, especially some of the kumbhaka, some of the pranayama. If I have to hold the breath for 60 seconds, he will just tell that I have to hold till he counts 60. I will just hold. That's all. There is no question of that 58, I will leave the breath, or 59, I'll start changing the breathing pattern. Nothing. Simply I'll obey what he says. That day at least 2 times I missed the count. He was counting 1, 2, sometimes just to test me. After number 20 or 30, he will miss and he will start. No, wait, I'll start. Then he will again start 1, 2, 3. He's an amazing, extremely loving, patient guru. I only visualize them, their love for me, their patience for me, the way they worked on me. Whenever I need to work with my kids, this is what exactly I remember. I just hold them in my inner space. That is why I keep all their photographs. And I want all the ashrams to keep all their photographs, just for the amount of tyaga they have done. And he was counting, but 2-3 times I missed that pranayama count. The coherence, the number of seconds I need to hold, I missed. Before he completed the number, I released the breath. I changed the flow of the breath. He understood that kapha is inside. 5 gulfi ice cream, that kapha is inside. And he just got the karsalangani leaf, and a few leaves, and put it in his thumb and put it on my upper palate. Nicely started rubbing with his thumb. The whole pitta and kapha came out through all the 5 holes. 2 eyes, nose, mouth, and through the ears. Through the ears, it won't come like a liquid or solid. It will come like a sound, air. The whole pitta came out. Kapha came out. Then he made me sit. Not only I could perform the pranayama, I could simply see the visualization I am supposed to hold during the pranayama. I tell you, after that, throughout my life, during wandering any time, I never suffered, never took any allopathy medicine for cough or cold, kapha or pitta. Please understand. If you are Ayurvedic doctor, you will understand what I am saying. Pitta makes your mind feel the mental suffocation. Kapha makes your body feel the suffocation. Pitta binds you, chains you mentally. Kapha binds you, chains you physically. Physically means internal organs. After this one understanding, of course, even now I don't enjoy ice cream. Rarely, if the disciples want to eat, to give company, if needed, sometimes I take, but there is no liking for the ice cream or any food. That is different. But even due to weather change or any reason, never ever I suffered by pitta or kapha. I want to tell you all, so much of suffering you all go through in your life due to pitta and kapha, and not even know that it is because of pitta and kapha. See, when you feel the suffocation inside your internal organs due to kapha, you scream at everyone. When you suffer the pitta, even you are not sure about your future. Please understand. See, after that, many times I used to do the same. I'll make that karsalangani either as a paste or a powder or some form, just leaf or kalvathila vechi arachi. It means kalvam is a stone, small stone, and that if you keep the leaf and put a little water and make it like a paste. In some form, I'll apply it on my thumb and put it on the palate, upper palate. So the whole pitta and kapha will come out. Listen carefully. It's very important. Because the pitta and kapha is cleansed again and again, not only I never suffered the cough, cold and its impact, I always felt very stable about myself and my future decision. Listen carefully. Your pitta is responsible for making you doubt about yourself and about your future. See, many times you feel insecure. Oh, if I take sannyas, will I be happy in Kailasa? If I take up this commitment, will I be happy in my life? Not being sure about yourself, you destroy your life so much. So many wonderful things in your life is lost because you don't feel sure about yourself. Especially spiritually, consciously. I've seen so many people have this problem. Will I be happy if I take sannyas? Will I be able to be peaceful and happy if I choose to be with Swamiji? Will I be happy if I choose to be in Kailasa? All you need is just this karsalangani powder, karsalangani leaf, and every day apply on your upper palate and clean the whole pitta and kapha. Make your body samatva body, samatva sarira. I tell you, he gave me 5 gulfi ice cream. He gave me something, the greatest, which is useful in my life till today. That is
using Karsalanganni and taking out all the pitta and kapha and making me balance. Listen, whenever your internal organs are strong, your breathing becomes strong. Strong breathing builds a strong internal organs, strong body. Very easily you will build strong muscles. Karsalanganni powder, taking it in your thumb, applying on the upper palate and cleaning all the kapha and pitta is such a simple act. It's not at all difficult. Karsalangani is available even in Amazon nowadays. That powder. And it's available in every village home in India. In every village, you will see Karsalanganni, Ponnanganni, Murungakkira. Add all this stuff in your life every day. Karsalanganni, Ponnanganni, Tooduvala, Murungakkira. Just the simple instruction. I tell you, strong internal organs. When the kapha is cleansed, you get the stamina in your breathing, strong breathing. When pitta is cleansed, you get the strong visualization. You will not have doubt about yourself. When sometimes people tell me, Swamiji, I can't handle, I don't know how to care about how to carry on with my life. I feel like I may have a mental breakdown. This problem is because of the pitta. If you ever had the feeling, oh, I may have a mental breakdown, I cannot handle this, I'm feeling suffocated. If you had this problem, your problem is simply pitta, nothing else. Apply Karsalanganni on your upper palate. Clean your pitta. You will have so much confidence about you. You will have so much confidence about you. I tell you, you may never imagine such a simple acts can solve such huge problems in your life. You don't even need to do this cleaning the pitta and kapha every day. But actually, if you start using, you may really enjoy it and you may start doing every day. If you start doing every day, great. But even if you do 3 times a day, 4 times a day, you will start feeling so much of confidence about yourself. You will be so sure of you. Yes, I can handle life. See, samatvam means at any situation of my life, I am only going to decide everything as per dharma, and same way I will live and leave the body with the same dharma. If needed, I'll take another one body, continue to strengthen my dharma till I reach moksha. Over. Being sure about yourself, adopting dharma as the strategy for life, is the most ultimate peaceful decision you can take in your life. Once you decide, hey, come what may, I am going to decide everything, handle everything based on dharma. Over. That moment you are enlightened, you are liberated, you are free. Because after that you don't need your cunning, strategic, culinary mind. See, this extremely selfish, violent, strategic mind may brainwash you that it is very useful for you and can bring a lot of benefits to you in your life. But it takes away your peace by making you doubt about yourself and literally destroys your confidence on you. Listen, if you are a person always strategizes with extreme selfishness, cunningness, calculativeness, and believe that is the best way to exist, all the time you will have a self-doubt. Did I take the right decision early in my past? Am I taking the right decision in the present? Am I squeezing the orange called world life and getting the maximum juice and pleasure out of it for me? Am I really making the world productive for me? In this constant cunningness, you will burn yourself. And this creates so much of stress, suffocation, suffering inside you. Your whole life becomes cunning strategy, and even you are afraid whether you will be able to retain your cunning strategic existence continuously, because you will be attracting the same type of people cunning around you, and everyone around you also will know that you are a complete cunning strategist. Understand? Then you put yourself in a hell. I tell you, a simple sweet being attracts the same kind of people around him, around them, and create that kind of ecosystem, and everyone feels that person is simple, sweet, and you create a beautiful ecosystem for you to enjoy your life. I tell you, best thing you can earn by being a simple, loving, sweet being, you will attract that same kind of people around you, and people around you will experience you as a sweet being. That gives an amazing ultimate protection, completion for you forever. This is the greatest gift. Greatest gift being loving can get you is the beings who are loving. Being loving will get you beings who are loving. Being cunning will get you beings who are cunning for you. That's the worst hell. So you can create heaven or hell. It depends on how you decide about you. If you decide, from now, ahimsa paramo dharmaha, dharma is the center with which I'll make all decisions. No question of cunning, selfish, constantly exploiting strategies, because those strategies may get small benefits in the initial level, but will start developing deep self-doubt in you, and that feeling, you not being sure about you and how you will behave and live your life in the future. And finally, it will lead to implosion. You collapsing internally. Decide swalpamapyasya dharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. Krishna says, even if you practice what I am teaching a little bit, problems of mountain size will be destroyed. Even if you follow the Guru walk little bit, tons of problems will be destroyed, which is even unknown to you. See, the best thing is when you follow the Guru walk, simple instructions, the greater problems just disappear. They don't even show up in front of you. You may not even know how many problems you avoided, you escaped. Just this one Karsalangani, cleaning the Vada and Kapha and Pitta. How much I became sure about me. See, when the Kapha and Pitta is balanced, you don't feel suffocated mentally or physically in your internal organs. So you will always take very dharmic decisions, not irritated, agitated, aggressive mood, not having the spiritual stamina can even kill you. All these people, due to suffocation, mental suffocation, go out and get corona and die, are all dying just because they were not taught the science of unclutching and meditation. If they had the fortune of getting the unclutching and meditation in their life, they will know how to handle their mental suffocation. Unclutching is as simple as applying the Karslangani powder on your upper palate and cleaning the Pitta and Kapha. Many people are asking the name of the Karsalanganni, other names of Karsalanganni. I know only these two names, Karsalanganni and Bringaraj. I don't know the English technical name. Maybe you guys can Google Karsalanganni and Bringaraj. These two are the names I know of the leaf I am talking about, the herb I am talking about. So now listen. Just not able to handle your suffocation. Inner space. You getting the real problem. Like real corona. Criminal negligence becoming crime itself. See, you not able to handle your suffocation, your pitta, all this is criminal negligence. Finally, it becomes crime itself when you get the corona. So I want to give one more information. The Karsalangani is also called false daisy. False daisy is an English word used for Karsalangani, Bringaraj. Actually, it should be named as a true daisy. I don't know why they named it as a false daisy. Anyhow, that is the word in use. Okay. Listen. Let me give you basic few revelations to achieve spiritual stamina. Your body with a spiritual stamina is the fundamental requirement for manifesting conscious sovereignty, Paramashivatva. And it is not difficult, too simple. As I said, just applying Karisalangani and cleaning the Pitta and Kapha has made me feel so secure about me, sure about me, and my ability to handle come what may. See, my ability to handle come what may is my Shraddha to my Guru Parampara, to my Paramashiva, Arunagiri Yogishwara. You can see how they initiated the virtuous circle in me. I simply obey their words, and that brings so much of benefits. So that makes me so sure about my future. And that is what is the trust on my Guru Parampara. So the love feeds trust, trust feeds love, love feeds more trust feeds more love. That just becomes such powerful virtuous circle and becomes enlightenment, oneness, Paramadvaita. That's all. That's all. I think Getting into that virtuous circle is what is the conscious stamina, spiritual stamina. Listen carefully. I never strategized and obeyed my Guru's words. Simply my Guru walk, I'll do it. Over. Even now I am seeing many people are trying to say, oh, Corona is settled, it is not that bad. Be very clear, it is not settled. Now all these people moving around freely in the market. The other day I saw in the media, the news, so much crowd in that Chennai shopping street, Ranganathan street or the T Nagar. Like a festival, Utsava, Deepavali. Oh God. Dress is so important than life. Or are they buying dresses for to dress up when they are dead? I don't know. I don't know why the dress and jewels are so important than life itself. I could not understand. See, people going to food to get groceries, at least that I can tolerate. Because without food they will die. They can't be without food. But people going for clothes, jewels, other things, I just don't know what to say. And I am telling you, the social setup of India is going to terribly fail Indians in this Corona time. When I say India, it's not just the India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, that same mental setup countries, Malaysia, Nepal, everywhere, this collective integrity missing. See, they don't care about others dying by they spreading the corona. They don't care about the mask. They don't care about people. Sometimes when people get corona, they get so vengeful. They go and spread also without telling. Please listen. Listen carefully. With Paramashiva's grace, directly Paramashiva himself manifesting with so much effort. I saved Jyotika. She is alive. She is not dead. She is saved. But still she has not recovered completely. She has not recovered completely. Still I am not able, I am working. Still she has not become completely healthy. I am not able to make her travel from Chennai to Bangalore because the oxygen level goes ups and downs. She is alive. She is corona negative, means corona free. But still she has not recovered, become healthy. And once she becomes healthy, I have to work and detox her body to start manifesting powers. That is another huge task. Because corona does large damage to the internal organs. Even if they don't die, the damage done to the internal organs and for their physical activism and mentally being alive, those capabilities damaged is extreme. It takes such huge effort to recover them and retrieve them and completely bring them back to normal. Literally like a conscious blanket, I surrounded her. Of course, few more of my disciples who got corona. Literally, I was sitting in samadhi and surrounding them as conscious blankets, protecting them, recovering, healing them. It's like a literally conscious ventilator, the spiritual super ventilator protection. Even with that, I could only save them. They are alive, but yet to recover completely. Understand the corona and its impact. Don't take it light. And especially in India, people freely moving around does not mean corona is over. Actually, the people freely moving around, they are inviting the third wave corona quickly. And the worst thing with the third wave corona is it is going to be the Delta plus and Lambda. The worst viruses. The viruses. What to say that? Its own updated version. I don't want to make further statements about corona. I only want all my disciples who obey me, just stay home, stay safe, have multi-layer quarantine in your home. If you cannot, go to Adi Kailash and save yourself before it becomes too late. Especially countries like Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan, India, Malaysia. Now I heard the good news. Even the Malaysians can travel to India. If you want to save yourself, simply go to Adi Kailash, where you are given multi-layer quarantine. Be there. Safeguard yourself. Before it becomes too late. Multi-layer quarantine is too important. Let me reveal more and more sacred secrets to build conscious stamina. Have haritaki, tuduvale, murunga leaf in your food regularly. just the simple 10-20 instruction. I can put it elaborately and share it with you all. Whatever I share today, start doing Vakyartha Sadas. The speed with which people are coming out and moving around India or Malaysia or Nepal or Bangladesh or Pakistan, everywhere, I can see very clearly they are inviting the third wave, which I don't want to talk much about it. I can only say that they are bringing worst thing on themselves. Because the collective integrity is not there. People don't care about what will happen to the whole society. See, people think, oh, what is there if few people get corona and they go to hospital, and it is not that easy, that simple. When the medical infrastructure is broken, failing by overload, so many other things are broken, failing due to overload. Social infrastructure, administration infrastructure, judicial everything gets overloaded. And the anarchy and chaos, where unjustified number of deaths and losses, and no value for life. No value for life. Don't listen to anybody's opinion about corona. Just protect yourself with multi-layer quarantine. That's all. Just protect yourself with multi-layer quarantine. Neither get constipated by conspiracy theories, nor get cheated by this positive idea Bhagwas. Just have multi-layer quarantine and protect yourself before it is too late. Especially people in the Asian countries. In US, the society structure itself is a quarantine structure. Nobody comes to your home that without invitation or freely, easily. In India, anyone will walk into any house. That is the way social structure is. I still remember, if the home main door is locked, people will ask, hey, why are you keeping the house door locked in the daytime?
In the daytime, you are not supposed to keep the house main door locked. So if you have any relatives, friends, especially all my disciples all over the world, my Adinavasis, my Gurukul kids, my Sannyasis, my Brahmacharinis, all of you listen. I am talking to you directly. If you have your family, if you have your friends, if you have any important people you need to protect, either get them out of Asian countries, India, Bangladesh, Malaysia, Nepal, Pakistan, all that Indonesia, that area, Malaysian countries, get them out. Or get them to Adi Kailash, where they can have multi-layer quarantine. Do one in these two. Prevention is the best way to protect yourself from corona. Because the third wave may be the worst wave. The death rate is too high. Delta plus and lambda corona, these are too high death rate. Infection rate, the way they spread, before even you realize or go to hospital, the person is killed. The person is dead. Before even you realize you have corona, you are dead. Before even you are taken to hospital due to any symptom or complication, you are dead. That's the way it is going. So the social structure of India is going to fail Indians during this pandemic. This freely moving around, freely touching, freely going anywhere, anyone, and going to shops, luxury shops, going for shopping. I don't know. When I saw the crowd in Ranganathan Street in Tinagar, I was shocked. In that crowd, corona may get killed. That level of crowd. Abba. That's all I have to say. Multi-layer quarantine in your home is not possible. If it is really possible, it is possible only in Adi Kailash. So go there and save yourself is all I can say for now. And if you are already in Adi Kailash, celebrate. You are directly protected by Paramashiva. You are in his space. Enjoy the safety and security given by Paramashiva directly. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, collective integrity and enriching causing, living Paramadvaitam, the Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूपा परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्याव
Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadushnam Tattvamasyaadilakshmyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones, ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing, manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. Power manifestation is the cognitive shift from what we understand as body and mind to the superconscious space that how Bhagavan resides as the superconscious being, for us to understand that the cognitive shift is possible and it is a science because it is repeatable and all of us can experience it. So it's called science of power manifestation and the evidences to support the science of power manifestation. The Shastra Pramana, the evidences from the scriptures, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas. Apta Pramana, the experience of the results of the Aptas. Aptas are Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nayanama, Alvar, Siddhas, the millions of them who are the authority of Hinduism, who have manifested from human to superconscious space and manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific and foolproof. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatars, personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leelas. Bhagavan has manifested all the powers, showing us how a human can experience the superconscious breakthrough. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of the millions of disciple devotees followers, initiated by Bhagavan, manifesting all the powers of Paramashiva. Bhagavan beautifully says, whoever comes to the Kailasa courtyard, I myself will manifest through them as conscious sovereignty, conscious reality, and having the conscious stamina to experience the ultimate. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Bhagavan has beautifully said, the thoughtless space that we can experience bring the transformation us into the higher reality. We are bound by the thinking. When we remove thinking, we go into the deep sleep, dream state. But just being awake, we can get into the awakened state by removing the same thinking. Bhagavan said, if you understand your dream state and deep sleep, you will also understand the higher conscious Turiya state and Turiya Theta. Now let's go to the Shastra Pramana to understand this deeper truth. How Bhagavan has given Shastra Pramana is like a method. You get a method how you do the science experiment. Same way you understand the method and have a conscious shift, cognitive shift from where you exist to beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva. This is from the Spanda Karika, section 3, Vibhuti Spanda 3.4, 3.5 for the power of teleportation.
Of Vibhuti Spanda, Sutra 3.4 and 3.5. Yatha hi arto sputo drishta savadhanepi chetasi bhuyah sputataro bhati swabalodhyoga bhavitaha tatha yat paramarthena yena yatra yatha stitam tattatha balamakramya nachirat sampravartate.
Beautifully, Bhagavan Paramashiva explains, indeed, just as an object or static matter, which is the spite of all the attentiveness of the mind, is perceived and seen indistinctly at first, then appears and manifests more distinctly and clearly when observed with the strength of one's visual power. When the yogi restores to the power of spanda, the dynamic activity, in the highest essential nature of oneness, which is Paramashiva, then whatever thing or object or idea which is the state matter, static matter, exists in the highest dimension in whichever form, in wherever, in whichever place or time, in whichever state or dimensions, then the thing or object at once appear and manifest that very way, the very form, the very nature of its strategic existence. Bhagavan beautifully explains what is dynamic activity, what is static matter, and what is strategic existence. Whatever you perceive right now is static matter, the Paramashiva space, Everything that is happening, that is existing, is Paramashiva. That which is happening, dynamic activity, is Parashakti, who's manifesting as your reality, as a laptop, as a table, as a pen. Everything that you perceive is Parashakti, manifesting of that existence, pure consciousness into active matter, dynamic activity. And how does it happen? It perceives, the perception happens based on the perceiver. You are perceiving everything as matter, so it is perceived as matter, and that is the strategic will. What you have willed, what you have cognized. If you have cognized that this color is black, this color is orange, then that is what is your reality. That is strategic existence. What you already, not that you desire, Bhagavan says, that you have cognized. What you have eaten, you belch that. Same way, Bhagavan says, whatever you have digested as your cognition, not just understanding. A cognition is something you have digested it and you know it is. That is your reality. Now that gets shifted, the possibility that beyond mind you can exist, and that can be manifested by Paramashiva in you, the deep core of you, who you are, what you are, and how can we experience that? Okay, we understand all this, but how do we experience? That is what is all about power manifestation. Let's go to Apta Pramana to see how the Apta, the Brahma Rishi, who is Sudama, who has come down to enjoy Krishna and Krishna's Leela, he manifested the power of teleporting. And when in Srimad Bhagavatam, it clearly says how Sudama was always talking about Krishna, thinking about Krishna, feeling about Krishna, seeing Krishna in everyone, everything, everywhere. Other than that, he doesn't have any other cognition. Is there any cognition left other than Krishna? Nobody can say that. So he was in such a joy when he has to go to Krishna to meet him after so many years. And when he was going, he was pricked by a thorn and he started bleeding. But hardly he knows, because everything is Krishna, where he will experience pain. But the beauty was Krishna had the same prick in his leg, and his leg also got wounded. And he got the thorn there. That was the power of Sudama. He was a great Brahma Rishi who came down to experience Krishna and the ultimate oneness with Krishna. That is what the real oneness is. When you merge into something that you are really into and manifest as powers. Here in Atma Pramana, Bhagavan beautifully explains how the whole science manifest as reality.
Some books say name of this mudra in some other way. Don't bother, whatever is the name. Know the technique, that's all. There are 3-4 names used for this mudra in different books. Thumbs in your ears, index finger and ring finger on the eyes, index finger and middle finger on the eyes, ring finger on the nostrils, and little finger on the lips. Your palms on cheeks. Press with intense intention, sankalpa, to divert all the energy going out through these 5 senses inward and hit your root center where the Kundalini is sleeping, where your potential energy is sleeping, so that the Kundalini energy is awakened. The cycle of energy starts happening in you. Please understand. Once you connect the cycle, after that, whether your senses are open or closed, the energy leakage will not be there. There will not be energy leakage. It will just be cycling inside. Diverting the energy inside Understand, when the energy is diverted and reconnected, there will not be not only any leakage, it will go on getting built intensely like a transformer. See, when it circles again and again and again, the intensity gets built. Intensity gets built very clearly when you reconnect and stop allowing the leakage. That is the reason I'm asking you to divert the whole energy inside. When you really feel you can't hold your breath anymore because you lock all five senses, you can't hold the breath anymore, then stop. Allow the breathing to balance itself. Open your nostrils. Maybe for 10 seconds, you don't breathe or breathe out. Allow the body to breathe by itself and exhale by itself and balance itself. Only one important thing you need to know. If you already have high blood pressure, or if you already have any serious sickness related to lungs or any other serious illness, don't do this kriya, because it's a strong way of forcibly diverting the energy inside, but sure way of sudden enlightenment. This process leads to sudden enlightenment, awakening of the non-mechanical parts of the brain. The main part, this N Kriya, that locking and diverting all the energy inward, should be done at least 21 times. And the fifth part, intense humming, that is to digest all the awakened energy in your muscles. The fifth part, intense humming, it is a technique to digest all the energy. It's like when the Kundalini is intensely awakened, it should get converted into understanding, intelligence by your biomemory. It should become part of your muscle memory and biomemory. Only then it will stay inside you. So this humming is just to make that energy to stay inside you, get digested by the muscle memory and biomemory. The sixth part is facing the Bidri Kalpadar banyan tree. People ask me, what is the significance of facing the Kalpadar Bidri banyan tree? Understand, Bidri banyan tree is used as an energy satellite to send intense energy and spiritual experiences and everything to all of you, and to receive all your prayers and fulfill by the superconscious energy. Bidri banyan tree, the Kalpatar banyan tree, is used as the energy satellite by the superconscious energy, by divine, by God, to reach out to all of you. Please understand, even the materials which you are receiving, vibhuti, kumkum, sandalwood, paste, honey, rudraksha. Now I'm going to start sending Navaratnas, 9 gems. The next is that only. Now the rudraksha is very successfully happening. So the 9 gems will start in few days. I already started getting the gems. They are ready. I'm just teleporting some, at least few hundred rudrakshas. Once that becomes clear, then next starts gems. I'm just collecting 1 or 2 rudrakshas which got teleported and doing the scientific test that both are same quality and all that. Verification. The next is Navaratnas. I want all of you to know, all these objects, from the matter it becomes energy, it reaches to Bidri banyan tree, Kalpadar banyan tree, wherever the objects may be. See, even when the Akshatas were teleported from Madurai, it first came to this banyan tree, then to my Anandaganda. From there it travels to the disciple or a deity
who is receiving. If the deity is receiving, it reaches to the deity. Or if the disciple is receiving, it reaches the Ananda Gandha of the disciple. Then it gets materialized in the hand. We already ordered for a scanner and some of the equipments necessary to trace these movements. In few months we will clearly scientifically prove how when some objects gets teleported, actually if you scan my body at that moment when I am saying it is moving, you can see that object entering into my body and getting disappeared through scan, that clear energy wave, that matter entering and getting dismantled and moving and getting entering into the disciple who is receiving in his Ananda Gandha, his or our Ananda Gandha, and getting assembled in the hand. We can very clearly show you. So Bididi banyan tree acts like a energy center, a relay and receiving center. Cosmos uses, the divine energy uses the Bididi Kalpavriksha banyan tree to relate with all of us.
Beautifully, Bhagwan explained the science of teleporting, the breadth dimension. Materialization is the depth dimension, from thin air manifesting. Here, we are going to experience the power of teleportation. And many have experienced since we started doing this few other times. Again, beautifully, Bhagwan has given us the science, how it happens when we get the conscious stamina, it becomes the reality. Now let's go to the guidelines to manifest the power of teleportation. Make sure you have a cup. You can arrange the cups with whatever you want, honey, turmeric, and kumkum, vibhuti, sandalwood paste, whatever you have, you can apply. You can keep it in a cup, very small quantity. Akshata means rice with turmeric. And you can keep even the madhuparka, whatever you offer during the Guru Puja, you can have those items. And another few cups where it is completely clean. Make sure you take a picture of that so that you don't have any doubt. You can have deities, you can have padukas, you can have Atmalinga, but completely wiped and clean so that you can experience the teleportation happening. Now, what we are going to see is one point to another, the teleportation happening. So, now let's get into the meditation. If you have Jnananjan in the Kantamala, you can apply in your third eye and your temples. If you don't have, apply the Basma and Kumkum, which is detoxing you constantly. And every day in the night, you can apply turmeric to detox your frontal lobe, which is the command center, which is the third eye center. So let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Remember Paramashiva, Parashakti. How do we experience the quantum space, the Paramashiva space, the subtlest space of us? We know gross space, that is our body, and we know the gross matter, that as a mind. But when we go to deep sleep, we lose the thoughts and we lose the body and go into some other state. We are doing this. Now consciously we are going to do that. How do we do that? The deep meditative space can be experienced when you start observing who is that, who is remembering that and manifesting this whole thing. Bhagavan says, that which cannot be forgotten, which cannot be remembered, but that which is remembering you. Who is that? Bringing that awareness, bringing that beautiful space, the Paramashiva in you. Hold that in your third eye. Constantly bring your awareness to third eye. Then the Kundalini raises to your third eye. Now when you chant the Mahavakya from your navel center, the Jatagni that you have, and simply it connects. The umbilical cord is the ultimate space when you can connect to the conscious reality. And hold that continuously, the conscious stamina, the will persistence that you hold to manifest the powers. Hold that continuously, unclutching from everything that you know. And decide, I'm going to be in meditation. I'm not going to be allowing the gadgets or the mind. Both are same. Now you have to remove two things. Before they only removed the thoughts, not the mind, the thoughts. Now you have to remove the gadget also. You have an external thought an internal thought, both to be removed. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Completely merge into Paramashiva, Bhagavan's beautiful words, initiation, darshan, and meticulously giving us the greatest science, the powerful cognition, to hold on to that beautiful words, the mantras. Each and every word of a guru is a mantra. Holding that and surrendering to Bhagavan's lotus feet simply will make us manifest the powers. We get rid of the waste from our body, we feel so relieved. If we get the real waste, which is the ego, from our mind, that will be relieving us from the extraordinary space of completion. So remove it consciously, unclutch and get out of that space. What you know as your identity, how you do it in the dream, it's the same thing that we are going to do with awareness. So let's entangle with Bhagavan in that beautiful space of oneness and experience the ultimate space by chanting the Mahavakya again and again, remembering Paramashiva and manifesting the power of teleportation. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all of our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eye. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all.
So beautiful. If you have experienced the prasada from Bhagwan, how Bhagwan said, it goes to his Ananda Gandha, and then you can see it pass through his Ananda Gandha, the banyan tree, and finally reaches your second cup. From first cup to second cup, it reaches when you experience the oneness with Paramashiva. And more you merge into the Paramashiva space, not just teleporting this, even you can be teleporting yourself. How in the dream, you're appearing in your dream, you're appearing in multiple dreams, and you are manifesting that. Your friend says, I saw you in my dream. Your mother says, I saw in you in that dream. And you also experience yourself in the dream. You teleported yourself into 2 different places, 3 different places. Trilanga Swami, he has 3 samadhi. Wherever he teleported himself, and they made a samadhi for him there. And after that, they go and see in another place. He's still sitting and the body is there. Then they have to take it and do a samadhi there. So he had 3 samadhis. Ammaniyamman Gopuram in Thiruvannamalai, it was built by Parvati herself, who came down as a poor woman, and she could not do anything. So what she did was she went to Mysore Maharaja, and they did not allow her because of the drag clothes she was in. And simply she manifested herself, another version of her, teleported into the kingdom, where the courtyard where the king is sitting. And here the watchman is saying, you cannot go inside. But there she's talking to the king and saying, hey, you know, I'm in the watchman, with the watchman and with you right now. King didn't understand. He called the watchman, and the watchman was so shocked because he left her outside and locked and came. And how she here? And then king understands that she is Parashakti who has come down, and simply bow down to her and said, I will take care of the Gopuram and I will build it. That is how she raised the money to build the Ammaniyamman Gopuram in Thiruvannamalai. That is a most beautiful space. Virupaksha cave of Ramana Maharshi. The Virupaksha cave was done by the Siddha Virupaksha. He is an amazing Siddhar where he left the body. He became Basma, and that Basma became a Linga. And Ramana Maharshi used to sit in that cave and meditate. Many of you know the cave, but you don't know the essence of the cave. That's why if you go sit there, if you will be completely healed, and you can listen to the Om chanting when you deeply meditate, even today. The beautiful space of oneness that these Siddhas, Rishis, Munis, Ganas, all of them experienced, the highest space of Paramashiva. And we'll have one more small cycle, and put away your gadgets, put away your thoughts, unclutch from everything and become that oneness for few minutes. Bhagavan says even 3 to 4 minutes is enough to manifest the power. And if you're in the same space for 21 seconds, not even minutes, 3 to 4 seconds, and 21 seconds we can be enlightened. The whole space of thoughtlessness becomes our reality. So let's start into the deep meditative, entangle with Bhagavan, chant the Mahavakya intensely, and start the manifestation of teleporting from one cup to another. Make sure you have wiped everything and you're starting afresh, clean. Take a picture of everything so that you can check how it has manifested. You can put the light on your palm, both sides, and check if there's any gold fillings also that you experienced as prasada. Now let's start chanting for the second cycle of teleporting.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Vani open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda.
Beautiful. Now is the last part. Please go ahead and share all these great truths. It's such a wonderful thing to receive the prasada. After you go to a temple, even if you go to Tirumala just for 1 minute, you will see that the prasada is so auspicious. So receiving the prasada is you manifesting the powers from your own space. And that is the greatest prasada. And this prasada really heals. You can ask people to apply and you'll see something really disappearing, their pain, their problems, all that that they are suffering from. These teleported, whatever they NASA really pays trillions of dollars to create all this. Here you sit with a cup of coffee and chocolate milk and simply chant the Mahavakya and manifest the powers. All this is the greatest gift that Bhagavan has given for us to experience. So thank Bhagavan and share in tinyurl.com/power manifestation any powerful cognition, anything that you experience. Let all the billions of them also experience. They are nothing but your reflection. If you say they are going to listen from that space of oneness. And if you see a dollar, you offer anything. In Tirupati, everybody offers in the hundi so that the abundance happens in their life. Same thing, you can click on the dollar, just 1 unit of your currency you can offer and you can experience the oneness with Paramashiva. So with that, thanking each and every one of you, hundreds of you sitting here today, manifesting the powers. Thank you. And let's end the session with a Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. See you at 6 p.m. in the Zoom for more manifestation of powers. And after every satsang and every darshan, we'll have more Kailash Kotiyad power manifestation sessions. Please join us to experience the oneness with Paramashiva.